Just like a spark that's breaking out. Can't make a stop, can't turn back now. We know that there's no room for doubt. No, we can't turn back now. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna light it up tonight. We gonna light it up, babe. Tonight we gonna light it up.
All right, everybody. Hefe here. Just decided to hop on the stream today. We'll see how much I'm actually chatting. My plan is to kind of review, keep set up for Chalons, some of the things I do typically before All-Stars or Chalons comes up. I just would rather do it all at once. You know, I'm a kind of a hoarder, as you probably have seen. Looks like this taskbar is not cooperating. I'm not sure why that's still showing, but oh well, not a huge deal. We don't need to see my chat anyway. So yeah, I'm gonna go through a few things. I typically don't do a lot of maintenance, little things on the keep. Not checking blazons. I'm not, looking at all my monarch gear per se. Just kind of roll with what I got. You can spend days and hours and weeks and all your time just tweaking things, getting a few more percent here and there. And I do pretty well in battlefields and SVS when I need to. So I don't know. Sure, I could probably be better, but it just takes a lot of time. So I typically like to do it all at once. I've had a few questions on some generals from people in our alliance. Bunny was asking about Mordred. I've also heard that general combo with Zhao. People are asking me why not Mordred. Some people are using Mordred. I think he's a good gen. My recollection on the math that I did originally was that I like the setup that I've got now with Zhao and with Custer. And the main reason was it's due to the march size. I definitely, I think originally when I did my first video and kind of showed you guys I was switching over, I had forgotten to add the march increase to General Custer on the assist as an assistant, and so I was losing out on a little bit of additional 12% of march size, and that was the difference in the general for me, was march size. I want to send more troops to my rallies versus maybe get a little more on other stats. So certainly Zhao is no slouch. He can definitely, he packs a punch. So many are using him as an assistant as well for other gens. I like this combo the best based on how they ascend and how their the specs finish out. So I'm gonna finish this as well. I think I've got enough runes. So that's something else I'll probably do today as well. But yeah, day in the life of Hefe. People wonder why I don't talk much on AC, and it's, well, of late I've just been busy. But a lot of these things take some time to look at, review, and yeah, it's not all that exciting to watch, honestly, but people were interested, so I thought I'd just stream what I'm doing on a daily basis sometimes, just to give you an idea what goes on for some of this work that you got to do to prep. So I think I've got whoops, I'm passing. I think I've got a Mordred here somewhere. There's my Custer. Yeah. So let's just do some quick chicken scratch here on the comparison. So as an assistant, you obviously don't get any of the sending stats. Mounted troop attack plus 40, and defense plus 30. Yeah, defense is nice. I'd say it's third on my list of priorities for your cap gen. And let's go actually. It's easier to look here. I could. It's Mordred. I forget where he is. He might actually be in the other category. Oh, there he is. All right, so base skill, he's got 40 to attack, 30 to defense, and then spec 1. We're gonna leave the books off for now. I think I've got a book on him, but so 10 to defense, 10 to attack. And I always do these things at full spec. You know, some people, you want to look to the future with all these gens, obviously. So, and yeah, it takes a while to get them there, but nothing happens overnight unless you got a lot of money you're throwing at things, which some people do. Alright, 40 attack. So marching attack there, not base. Attacking mounted troop. So HP 20. So, without a book, let's call it 50% to defense, 30% to HP, and 110 to attack. So that's a good set of stats. So that's Mordred. Let's go back and look at, and who knows, you might change my mind here with this one. We'll see. General Custer is an American, and he is increased march size. So again, Custer. 10%, 40 to attack. And that's it. So that's good. Spec 1, similar. 10 to attack. 10 to defense. March speed, you know, great, but nothing you're gonna want to spec 4, but you do get additional 20% for spec 2. On attack. And then standard 10, 10, 10. Mounted attack 30 and 20 to HP. Okay. So same stats, 110 to attack, 30 to HP, 20 to defense total, but then that 10% additional to march size. So, you know, I'm gonna be able to send 10% more base of my base, which isn't a huge amount, but honestly, it can make up for any reduced attack stat, or yeah, really reduced attack stat, because we're looking at how much attack can I get out of this general. It's typically what you want to focus on, with secondary being HP. So given all things equal, yes, defense on Mordred is better. So you might have a scenario where you're, if anybody can figure out what actually defense does, where Mordred might be better for defending, but I don't, 90% of what I'm doing is not defending, so especially with this general. Rarely do I rain with calves and stuff, unless I'm trying to stop somebody from doing a ground solo on one of our guys, but generally just joining rallies to 0 people. So that defense stat, if you think you know how it works, please enlighten everyone, because we're all shooting in the dark on that, because you can't really see under the covers. So okay, so that's the basic stats. So let's go back to how we've got things booked. I should find my... where's my chat box? It's going to switch out to this so this doesn't look so goofy. I'm going to open this browser up so I can see if you guys are saying anything in chat. All right. All right, I'm back. Oh, I got to see the chat. Okay. Thanks, Rand. Yeah, I did push to 40 billion this week, yesterday actually. Had been hoarding boxes for the most part since, well, really since All-Stars, so I'd done some leveling up, some different layers and stuff, but I wasn't doing any big spends on resources. But yeah, I did that yesterday. 4.7 billion increase in my size, so I hit 40 billion. I'm going to do some more on Friday as well. I've got a bunch planned yet for once consumption's there, so I don't want to miss out on the 20 billion consumption event to get those additional speeds and stuff. So yeah, thanks for the congrats. Also, if you got any questions, certainly post them there in the chat. I'll try to get to them as I take a look. All right, so back to it. Let's look at Custer again. So people ask questions, and then I typically I start to then question what I've done, and I think that's healthy. Just want to make sure something hasn't changed or you didn't miss something. I definitely originally had thought Custer was going to be even more. I think I initially thought that additional speed on the spec was actually a March increase as I was cruising through them, but it's still, to me, it's the right choice. Okay, so I believe what I'm going to find out here is that the skill book for Zao will not work with Mordred, but it does work with Custer. So you can see here I've got mounted defense 25 for Custer, so I'm going to add these on because I know this works. 25. Additional march size of 12%. And then I just add this for monsters because, if I'm doing big bosses, I'll sometimes send my assistant as opposed to my speedy hero. So post book for Custer, I'm going to be adding 25, so my defense is up to 45, and also my increase for march size is now up to 22%. So as well as speed still, as you knew before. But let's go down and look at Mordred. So I think I tested this already, but but maybe not. So Mordred, I'm going to go ahead and add the... Actually, I don't even know if I have to add it. What I have to do is just double check. So you can see all those books work. I've got attack on Zhao. I added speed on here. And HP. Okay, so now let's see if we can switch out to Mordred. I believe this cancels out his main skill based on the book. Where'd he go? This is another general people like to refer to. I did check him as well. Where did he go? There he is. Okay, so that book does work. Now, can I add... Okay, so really it comes down to a trade-off on defense and march size. So Mordred's not a bad choice. He just doesn't give you that 22% march size. He gives you additional defense, and that's just a choice you can make. So again, Mordred's not a bad choice. So if you don't have Custer and you've got Mordred, I'd use him. Yeah, question on stream about Elektra. Who's the best system for Elektra? I've seen many gens actually, the ranged rallies, and sometimes she's the main and sometimes she's the assistant. Yeah, in fact, you'll see... Well, actually, let me stick... I'll kind of come back to that in a minute here, but I just want to finish this Mordred Custer discussion out. So, yeah, a lot of people are using Mordred. But let's look at what can I add on to Mordred. Can I make Mordred basically like Custer? So the march size increase works. You know, I could add a 12% book to Mordred. So let's see. So again, let's just make it the same for now. I believe I used... Yeah, defense. Okay, I'm not going to use my monster one because I think I'm running low on those, relatively speaking. Princess Cayuga is a big one. I'm going to go back to that for assistant on Elektra. Alright, let's just go ahead and add these books. Okay. So I defense. March size. All right. Now let's check that out again. Much faster scroller when I'm not playing on PC. All right, well, let's take a look. Yep, so that all works as well. So yeah, you can get a bonus to additional 25%. So actually, you're going to get 75 defense on Mordred. Now that's significant. There's 30% more on defense. You're not going to get that from a lot of places, but being is, in my opinion, the third most important stat on the general for really for almost anybody. But the third most important stat on the general, I wouldn't make that change over march size. So yeah, you're going to get 12% if you add the book here to Mordred, but you're losing out on an additional 10% march increase, which may not seem like a lot. It can make the difference on your world boss hits, for example. So if you're close to winning or not winning, you might get an additional troops to be able to send on the world boss. Not a huge deal. Certainly prioritizing for world boss might not be the way to go, but I think in general you want to send more troops than as many troops as you can, especially when you're trying to fill rallies and do other things like that. So to me, Mordred is second best to Custer, and that was glad I got to the same conclusion I did originally, but yeah, there's that. So there you go, bunny. That's your review of Mordred. I like Custer a little bit better. All right, so somebody was asking a question about Elektra. Yes, Elektra, old school general, but still tried and true. Still a very good general to use as your main attack. In fact, our YOLO line uses him or her as his main general, swears by it, and is a very good general. I originally didn't use it because I was using Alfred at the time. And again, with rune stones the way they are, you commit to one versus the other. And eventually I came back around, and I'm using Elektra now as my assistant to Simeon. So the reason I do that, and the only reason I think that it's worthwhile to do it, is if you've got an extra dragon. I know that sounds, I don't know what the word is, but like a high class problem or something. But if you've got an extra dragon, you can get additional 20% on your attack. I'm using the cav dragon that you can get from the what's it called? Anyway, that purple cav dragon that's really pretty. It's sitting on my Elektra, so that I can get that additional 20%. Obviously, as a main general, you're going to have that dragon on there. You're going to have either a Celtic dragon or Ladon, so you're going to get that additional buff as well. And I believe there are many options you can use with Elektra. Let's just take a look. Where'd she go? Oh, it's because I've already got her assigned. All right. I don't know whether I've got the book set up correctly to use. Princess, but okay, past her. Oh, there she is, Princess Cayuga. Kaguya, I think it is better pronounced. So yeah, her buff is increasing range troop attack by 35%, as well as HP by 30. Not a huge thing for ranged. I think, primary is basically just using the attack books. And you can see, I don't know if I was testing with some other gens, but these books aren't working currently with the way I've got Elektra set up, so you'd want to make sure that combination works. We can go out and actually look at Lions. General rankings. Yeah, I'll definitely do that. And how you doing? I'm not sure how to pronounce your name. I just don't understand the character set. So, yes, I'm happy to show you my troops and show you what I did for my builds there. I'll walk through that a little bit. All right, Nars and Lion use Elektra. I don't know exactly if they're both using Cayuga or not, but we'll take a look at that as well. So yeah, he's got fully spec'd out with the Celtic Dragon. I know Lion's got Ladon. He'll be switching to here as his Ladon gets leveled up. And Nars similarly. Both guys have it spec'd. I'll see if they're online. So yeah, we'll get some input from the master there. See what he says. Somebody's sending me messages. I don't typically open my mails. You never know what you're going to get in mail, so I'll stay out of that. All right, somebody's asking about troops. So yeah, the main thing that I did yesterday, I did a bunch of layers for ground as well as siege. Seems like I'm always building siege, but I did a bunch of siege. The only thing I really didn't do is a lot of archers, so I did some ranged a while back, and I think I got a good amount there. I did do a little bit of cav layers as well. So yeah, you can see here I'm up to 1.5 billion troops. Yeah, so Cavs being the smallest here at the upper layers, they're going to go after them anyway with the arch attacks. But the main thing you'll see here is I did some additional joiners. I think I'm at the point where I typically will have plenty of troops to join rallies relative to my teammates in everyday battlefields. SVS obviously too, but in battlefields is really what I'm gauging these amounts on, as well as defending. So T13s and T12s, you'll notice that I've got the most of. And you'll notice here I got my siege up to 40 million. It's just a good all-around troop for sending on big siege as well as defending. I'm going to be adding some additional T12s on Friday. Probably get that to 40 as well. But you can see on my ground layers, I added 25 million to all my layers for ground. I need to go back and add some siege layers, but I wanted to focus on the top end for now, using that stone there. As well as arch layers, I need to also up those, but I think again I have enough upper layers that are effective for what I'm doing. Yeah, I don't do a lot of T1s. I did some. I've got ground and siege at 150, but these to me aren't really the basis for what I'm doing as far as my builds. Yeah, I could have this thing click out a bunch of ground or sorry, a bunch of T1s, but I'm just not a big believer in the value of them. If you're fighting for the last clear, you're already dead. So I'm not too worried about spending my resources there at this point. Will I at some point? Probably. But that'll just be out of sheer boredom, which I might be getting there at this point. Yeah, I can try Charles here with Elektra. Also, let's see if Lion. Yep, Lion's got Princess on Elektra. I think Nars is too. Let's give it a try. Chucky. Let's find Chuck here. I think he's down at the bottom. The other one is James Conrad. I don't know if he's won. Did I pass him? Do I have Charles? Right, there he is. Alright, his base skill works. Can still attack book him, that's key. Ranged and troop size. Let's just take a look at Charles. I've not looked at this. Increase attack by 40%. And then defense by 10. Okay. Yeah, that certainly is a good combo as far as being able to still use the attack book on Elektra. I think you've also got to look at, the specs. He may be better now, but full spec, I don't know if Cayuga outweighs him. I can go through that quick if you want. Let me just look here. I can do that same thing I just did with Custer. PK, Princess Cayuga, and Eddie. Second. Yeah, and again, none of these are bad choices. It's all what you got, what you've pulled, what you've recruited. So I don't make any judgments about who's the best. The best one is the one you've got at the time when you need to actually start committing those rune stones and those, fragments. Looking to the future and how you're going to get fragments. If you're a spender and you're going to get those fragments either way, great. I mean, you're going to do that, so you can probably have an easier time choosing the quote-unquote best for what you want. Now, if you're not a big spender, you may end up just having to get lucky and get those fragments to be able to ascend to general. So the best may not be the best. So there she is. Let's just take off these. I think these books are what's messing me up, but let's look at her base skill. 35%, so let's just take a look at that for an assistant. 35%, 30 HP, nothing. And then books. We'll just call it a wash with books because we know the books on Elektra are working. But I've got all these same books on Elektra, so that's why I'm getting those grayed out. So I got a info from Rafael da Costa here. Appreciate the feedback. Charles being the best on attack, and then HP for James Conrad. Okay, well, let's just take a look at it just for, because now you got me interested. Maybe we'll convince Lion and Nars to switch over to PK. I suspect it comes down to rune stones again. For most people, they might be in the process of switching over to somebody like that, but what I tend to do is I don't just switch because the general comes out and start applying rune stones. What I do is I save up all my rune stones, And by the time I'm ready to start committing those rune stones, there might be a new general out that's better than Charles the second, so, or the 12th, I should say. Yep. Too often people just commit these things because it's the fad. But when you really look at it, this is 5% difference just from what I'm looking at. On the base stats. Now I'm going to get into the specs here a little bit and just kind of compare. Easier to do that in here. Princess Cayuga, is she... Where do I find her? She might be another. If I remember.
Every time we say goodbye, they all see that it's a lie. 'Cause we always give it one last try. Yeah, you've watched me break 1,000 times. Now I'm all alone, 'cause you never show. You say you will, but then you don't. That's how it goes.
Did I miss it? Somebody tell me, did I miss it, or am I just...
I'm turning off my mind so I get by.
She's over
I
here.
just wanna be happy, happy tonight.
Oh yeah, she's Japanese, I think. Alright, so Cayuga is 10 defense. March size 6%, that's helpful on the spec. And 10 to attack. All troops 6%. So these are, when I see those kind of stats, I get a little nervous. There's probably one that's got 10, so it might be a little better for another one, but I don't know. We'll see. 30, 15 HP, and 15 defense. Okay. $85. So 91 to attack, and 55 to HP, and 15, as well as 6% on march size. Okay, so Cayuga's 91 for attack. Chucky here, let's find Chuck. I think he's 40% on base. And I'm happy to do some of this, and you know, even my teammates will discuss all these in chat, and people ask me who's better, and again, who's better is the best one you've got, and do you really need to apply this runestones today? Is it that much better that you have to actually commit a bunch of resources, which take a lot of time and sometimes money and effort to build up? So in a lot of cases, you know, I wouldn't make big changes if you've got things already committed. You saw how long it took me to get a cav gen. I just did that 3 weeks ago. Yeah, Hefe, you were missing out on all these attack and HP. Well, I did pretty well without it, so I don't know. Let's not get too crazy over the next fad. The next thing that some mega spender is, you know, pulled out of the hat and Evanese wants you to buy, and yeah, it might be a little better, but let's not get too crazy. All right, 40 attack, march size. By 10% for Eddie. So that's already 4% more march size, just on the base stat. Let's see what else we got here. 10. See, this way I can yell at Lion if he's got to make some changes. He probably already knows, but again, he's not going to worry about 5%. Guy's a killer. Yeah, would he do a little better? Sure. Kill a few 100,000 more troops. I don't know that that's going to change his day. 35. 10% HP and D. All right, so a little bit more march size by 4% and 14% more on attack. So the equivalent of a gold jap. Yeah, that's significant. And that's significant when you're high end, right? When you've got everything spec'd out and you've got it all done. Now, if you had these two generals, Charles the 12th and Princess Cayuga, nothing applied to any of them, and you're having to make a choice because you decided you want to change up your archer general or your range general, depending on what you like to call it. Yeah, Charles might edge out Cayuga, but for a guy that's been using Elektra and Princess Cayuga forever, has other maybe he wants to add those rune stones to a duty general. Maybe he wants to, spec out, use some rune stones on a bunch of his subgens to get some of those additional debuffs. There's lots of reasons why you may or may not change to the latest and greatest. This really comes down to 14%. Some additional, and you're actually losing some HP, which isn't huge for ranged, in my opinion. But you are losing 35% on HP to if you're not using Cayuga anymore and you're using Eddie. I don't know why I keep calling him Eddie. His name's Charles. And then an additional 30%, or actually 15% on defense. So for a little bit more troops, yep. Eddie, I'm probably just going to call him Eddie from now on. Charles the 12th is actually a little bit better from march size increase, but do you want to try to convince Lion to apply 4 spec stones to max out his Charles the 12th over the Cayuga he's been using forever? I think he'd rather spend it on duty generals and assistant generals, but once he gets those done, maybe. But at that point, there might be 5 new archgens that come out that are better than Chucky the 12th. So, yes, I think you made the right choice. I think Charles is, from those two comparisons, better than PK. And also, PK, people were having trouble getting her. I think Charles was easier to get. Yeah, this Raphael brings up, Charles here, or sorry, the James Conrad is another one. People are using that, and I think again, does it come down to who does he pair with, and what is? Some people are using him as a main general. HP 35. I don't think I have him. Oh no, I do have him specs. We can just pull him up. So on his first spec, he's probably going to be 10-10 there. Only on defense, enemy defense. So that's a debuff. And I'm guessing this is 10-10 as well. And what I don't know is what's the final stat. HP and I don't know what that would be. 36 maybe? Now let's just go look. Jimbo Conrad. Another good choice. I mean, again, we don't need to go through this every single one of these, but the points I'm trying to make here are there are a lot of good gens out there that are very close. Everybody points to their favorite spreadsheet to tell you what combos work the best. And again, yeah, you can go through all of them, but what I do is I go through the generals I've got when I'm about to do it. When I've decided that I'm going to commit these resources to leveling, to respecking to, looking forward to how am I going to get fragments, or maybe how many fragments I've got, who am I going to use for my main versus my assistant. All those things are, I think, a big point in time. And then once you commit, you're in, right? So don't look back. Don't worry about 5%, even 12% on attack. Yes, if I'm going up against the bigs of the bigs, yeah, they're probably going to win. They're going to edge me out a little bit in points in All-Stars. They might beat me in a temple. But if that's what you're speccing and deciding on how to play, you're probably missing out on a lot of things if you're going for the best of the best with everything, because it's just not possible unless you're super spender crazy. So nothing against that. It's great. Those guys are pretty soon going to win the game and sell off their accounts like most of them do. Yeah, so marching troop attack, ranged troop attack 40%, as well as HP 20% is the max, and 10 there. This one is a little bit, so a lot of the other ones had, on that second spec, they added a little bit to attack. This debuff is not great. I'd rather see that be applied to attack. But again, it helps, probably. I don't know. So no, he's a good gen as well. He'll have higher HP than... but actually, Cayuga's got 55 on her final, so this is 35 plus 20. It's actually the same as Princess Cayuga. So if you're going for... if you only have Cayuga and you've got Conrad, you might look at the books and how these pair up to make a decision on those two. But again, very similar to Princess Cayuga as Conrad. This is the guy I need to finish out my dang General Hall requirements. Yeah, so Conrad's good. PK's good. Cayuga's good. Charles the 12th is obviously... Yeah, if you put those two side by side, I think Charles the 12th is the one to pick with Elektra. Let's actually look at... This is from my... what I did there. Oh, some siege. Yeah. All right. What else was I going to do today? So, Chalons matchup. So, our Chalons, we should win based on this matchup. But as you can see here, not a huge amount of points available. I'd like to see 100 billion, maybe a couple of 100 billion alliances to go up against. So, some would say this is pretty good. I've seen worse. I've seen 200 billion alliances with a 6 billion alliance, 20 billion alliance, and maybe a 40 billion alliance. That's not a lot of points for that team to be able to match up with those the big dogs. Some of those big dog groups just dying, they'll get more points than's available on this map. So it's hard to compete for points. I would hope we could pull out a win from here just based on this matchup, but given a number of people that are actually not going to be able to participate because of the timing of this one, I know we've got 2 or 3 of our bigger keeps are not going to be available. Some of the subs we've got, a good girl and Mime, they're going to be over in their own alliance helping out, as well as I won't be over there helping out on Elgato over there. So they're going to be down that smaller keep, relatively speaking, to what they've got. But it all matters when you're going into Chalons as a team. So yeah, so we're all gonna be shuffling things around, and everybody's in the same boat there when you're in the majors, because some people, they just do move around and help out at different time slots for different people. So yeah, so we're gonna do our best here. Lion may have trouble getting on, so our main setters might not be on, so I might have to do more setting. that was part of the reason I wanted to add some more power as well, so I can take some more hits, and I got enough troops to do some soloing when I need to. Not that I didn't before, but every little bit helps, so. Yeah, so another comment from, and there she is. So good girl. Yes, the teams are going to be cut in half in some cases. I've heard chatter on different groups, whether that's on Discord or line groups, talking about, the selection. Even though I think we had a pretty good showing on the, I didn't actually vote, so full disclosure there, on the official website to say which time slot they wanted or you preferred, because I really doesn't matter to me. But based on the time slot being early in the morning for my time zone, there are a lot of people in my time zone that will be working in the US generally, and Europe as well, that it just doesn't work for them. So people obviously gotta work, and some cases that takes priority. In some cases it doesn't. You might be hiding out in the bathroom a bunch to try to participate, but clearly it's not ideal for many people. Now you could say previous times weren't ideal for other time zones, which I get that too. So I think they might just be trying to make it fair for the other time zones, because there's probably a lot of arguments from that side. It might be just that us US folks complain more. I don't know. So we'll see what turns out. I know there's a lot of complaining. People will find a way still to play as they can. Like I said, hiding out in the bathroom, maybe taking a long meeting and booking your calendar for an offsite. I don't know. Some people do some strange things to get their gaming time, which I have no judgment for. I appreciate all my teammates that find a way to join in, because we need everybody. So yeah, it's going to be tough. Already, like I said, when you have people that are playing multiple servers and having fun with other people on other servers, those folks are going to have to make choices to play on their quote-unquote main accounts and not be able to help out. So that'll be interesting. Oh, Reaper's proud of me. I'm proud of you too, Reap. Proud of you too. What was I going to do? Oh, yeah. I wanted to look at Zhao, my new general. Not so new to many, but new to me. I'm considering some gear shifts as well. I was trying to figure out if I wanted to get, as I believe here I've got... Yeah, so I've got 3 Han pieces, which I don't need necessarily. I want to have 2 to get that bonus, obviously. But I'd like to also get this bourbon bonus. That's not a bad bonus either. But I think there's better pieces for some of these slots that again, having not really focused on my Cav General all that much. Let me rephrase that. I put a lot of effort into refining and getting this gear set up that I've got, but I would say it's probably dated based on what's available now. And again, like I had said before, it's what's available when you're making those choices. So I feel like I've done a pretty good job on my other generals, although I'm looking at my ground general as well, making some choices on gear sets there. I know there's like 3 sets out for Civ gear, and I do have some scrolls that I haven't used, so I could go back and outfit maybe one general with some new gear, and it might be, I just have to prioritize what I want to do. I believe I prioritize my siege gear, and I'll go through that here, show you guys what I'm talking about. But I did redo my siege gear prior to All Stars. I have not done anything with my arch gear in a long time. I've not done anything with I'm still using the Japanese set for ground. Works great. Still getting big clears. Would I do a little better? Probably. With some other. But again, worrying about those 5, 10, 20%, let's not get too caught up in all that. All right, so what did I want to do here? So Zhao, he's fully spec'd. But I wanted to look at Custer. I think I needed to add some specs to him. And I might wait for... Yeah, he's not done yet. Yeah, I've got enough to do it. I'm gonna make a note. So Custer, or spec. Got plenty of runestones to do that. I also have a number of optional boxes that I haven't been opening. Again, for this very reason, what do I need? Do I need more refining stones? Do I need more? You know, now that they give you the option of what do you want to pick? Rune stones? Do you want to pick necklaces and books? Do you know, which I think is great, but I don't like to open those up until I'm again at these sort of transition points, whether it's Chalons or All-Stars, to make those choices, because you know, what do I need work on? Obviously I need work on my blazons. I don't do anything with those ever, but I'm gonna try to work on those a little bit today if I can stay focused. Yeah, so I definitely need to do that. I want to get Custer full spec so I can get that final attack in HP, which is part of the reason I'm using him as well. High HP. Not as good as my buddy Roland, Mr. Duca uses, but I think attack and march size outweigh the difference there. All right. So I got Custer on the list to change. I did get Leo full spec now, so he's got his final stars. I was looking at maybe changing some of these as well. Some of my refines here are not ideal, like this mounted HP. If you look at this mounted HP, it's actually really good. From a flat standpoint, it's almost maxed. You'd have to do some math, which I think the math is different now that it's like capped at 30. And how big of a difference percentage is relative to flats. It used to be pretty cut and dry at when you should, you know, back when the total was, I think it was 15% at the time, and then moved to 25, or 20 and 25, but you could determine whether you wanted to keep a flat versus a percentage. Now I think the percentages just far outweigh the flats unless you're trying to bolster those T1s that everyone likes. Which I'm not, but this percentage is yes, it's a percentage of this total, but it's not actually, you don't calculate it that way. You calculate it based on the percent to your base, your base stat. So a whole lot of math. I'm not going to go through that here, but this has always been a good stat. It's just a matter of, and yeah, sure, it helps my T1s a little bit, but I think overall I would like to switch that. That's counter to many people that are speccing with flats and percentage based for their mounted, somehow trying to keep them alive while sacrificing the effectiveness of their siege and their arch, and frankly their ground. So I don't think that that's a great choice. Now, saying that, I do have some flat or some percentage base HP for my mounted, which I don't mind doing that because of for the way I play. I just don't. I think I saved those or kept those because they were high ones, and I didn't feel like trying to re-roll them all. These aren't bad. I don't mind keeping these attack stats as well. Yeah. probably get away with changing some of those HP. I know on my wall I've got HP for siege, so all these things independent of, looking at each of these pieces is a bit dangerous too, because what you really want to look at is your stats from your reports, which is I've done a lot of recently. I've been in a few battlefields and gotten zeroed out now recently just from, the matchup we've got some big keeps or big alliances we're going up against, and sometimes we just, we're going to just take it in the shorts, just like almost everybody does. And so I've been able to look at some of those reports, try to figure out, what I want to do from a defensive standpoint. Because the idea is that you want to at least trade points, if not go positive on your defenses, right? Especially as a setter, as the bigger keep, I want to be able to swap into even an arch rally if I can, go positive at certain times during the match, which I can do pretty well. Let's actually go back and look. So recently I was looking at some of these. Last week we went up against YBE North, the One Alliance, good alliance, very fast. The main thing they've got going for them right now is they're rolling 50 million rally size, which we are not. We're lucky if we get 36 to 40. I don't know that we've even seen over 40, but let's just take a look. I think this is when it started. Nope, this is when I was raining Nars. At some point they started hitting me. I think it's here. So there is YB North hitting me with a siege rally. Pretty much a trade there. But what they're trying to do is reduce my upper layer siege, so that they can work their way down to the other troops. So let's just take a look. This is part of the reason I added some additional siege. You can see here, your T-15 are just going to die. I mean, that's now they died, but they actually went. A lot of people look at totals. I look at ratios. So I've got 9 million T-15 siege. I'm killing 10 million. So I'm a little bit better than 1-to-1 kill ratio on my 15s. As well as on my 14s, I'm a little bit better than a 1-to-1 kill ratio when those, and that's a good siege rally. I believe it was 50. Actually, nope, they were only at 36-ish. Yeah, 36 million, which is fine. But you can see the buff difference here. 2460 they're rolling for their attack, 1862 for HP. Obviously my stats here are good as well, but not as good as the attacker stats. But yet I'm getting a better kill ratio just based on the troops. Now, I don't know if those are T1s and those are better points. You tell me. But what I do know is the points are, I've come out at least even on that rally, and that's a good thing. To me, that's a good defense. And you notice here this rain that came in, 1.9 million, I believe it was an arch rain, so that's not going to help me. But nice little easy Yoda. Yeah, he sent his archers, and I think he was hiding his troops because he's a smaller keep, but those will help for later down the road as they're hitting with other troop types. But so anyway, back to this. Let's take a look at that. So kill ratio, back to kill ratio, almost a 1-to-1 there. And then you come down further onto my my T-13s. None of them died, and you can see the 14s. I still had some left. So what did I do this time? Well, I'm up to 15 million now. I think I made 15 million. I'm gonna look here. I also use a lot of spreadsheets. Someday I'll show you guys some of those. It's more for my own sanity. Yeah, I moved these T-15 siege up just for this reason, or sorry, T-14 siege up to 15 million. So as I'm sending a few of those on my big siege rallies, those will start to dwindle, so I just wanted a few more of those on the defense side. So that initial siege attack, big siege that is, you know, all my 13s didn't get a lot of kills. But you notice these 12s. It's odd how they switched there, they skipped the 13s, but some of my 12s died. So again, I'm going to get this number up to 40, as well as I got the 13s up to 40 million. So that's, what is that, 4-to-1? 4-to-1 kill ratio? I killed 2 million and only 500k of mine died. I don't think that's right. Style bender. I don't think flats go all the way up to the 11s. We'd have to get the math and the calculators out for that, but I don't believe now that that's true. I think that was true back when the percentages were lower, but I believe the math plays out that it's much lower than the much lower than 11s. It's also based on range as well. So range plays a bigger factor, and it didn't in the past. So I don't think those flats are as effective as you think on 11s, but I could be wrong. I haven't spent a lot of time looking at that, but I do look at how my performance is and based on troops I'm defending against. I think I have a T11. I think they hit me with a T11 siege rally here, and we'll take a look at that too. So 10s there did pretty well. 9s, again, 3-to-1 about there, about not quite 3-to-1. 2-to-1 kill ratio. Yeah, so here's my 15 million siege layers, getting kills, but you know, not a lot, but every little bit helps. So those layers are important. Yep. So it's a good. You don't want to skimp on the layers, but let's just take a quick look at what they sent. I think these were just a lot of high level big siege hits. So it's 12s. So that's a real good kill ratio, almost 10-to-1. 9-10-1. 2-to-1. So his 12s. Just check out his 11s. 11s also were about 10-to-1. 1-to-1 we'll call that. Notice these T14s got 0 kills. So I like to see that. This is part of the reason I don't send a lot of theories are performance based. In my opinion, we don't really know, but you know, for my view and analysis of reports, sending these will impact your actual lower layers and how they do. So you need to send enough to, well, let's call it keep them busy, but even that theory I think is a little bit squishy, but essentially you want to keep them busy, keep them occupied with these higher level troops, keep these working while the other ones are getting finalizing the kills. Kind of the way I think of it. So let's just say he sent 1 million T15 siege. That's just more points for me, and no points for him. And that's why your troop mix on your attack marches is very important at certain times, and that's part of, I think, what separates the good teams and the great teams is they understand how and when to send certain troop types. Some of it's about sacrificing for future hits, but in the most cases, you should be able to go positive with the right mix, regardless of the reigns. In some cases, despite the reigns. So here's about a less than 1-to-1 kill ratio on the 13. So Don 8, for some reason, didn't send the lower layers. 6-to-1 kill ratio here. maybe that he's probably buff ran out or something, but hopefully that's not his normal. This is another one of their bigs. Okay. Also, this guy now, he's further into the rally. He's later into the rally, so his troops that he's fighting are different. And these are things you can't necessarily say for 100% certainty, but pretty positive in the way the mechanics work for attacking depends on your place in the rally. So he was the setter. He got into the rally first. This guy was in middle. Cookie got in last. And so this guy's sending all just siege layers. He got almost no kills. It's okay. Might just be a smaller keep. Or a bit was out of troops. But definitely the impacts it. And there was a report recently I was looking through. We had during Purge for the last SVS, we had to purge a couple of bigger keeps, and I happened to get on late and join the rally for a clear on a 2.3, and we overkilled it. We sent a huge rally because it was KE. Figure why not spread the wealth? And it was funny because you see the second guy that got, I think it was Michael. Michael got in first on the setter. I think Lion set. Certainly Lion did well on the rally, but Michael outscored me as far as kills in a big way, and Michael's got really good stats. Don't take anything away from that, but my stats are better than his. And if you looked at the report closely, and I'll see if I can find it here. I don't know if I can search that far on my reports, but it was a couple weeks ago. But my performance relative to his was really pretty poor, and that was because I was last in the rally. So all those troops were dead before I got to them. Take that to the bank. Which we've proven, I know they're different, but we've proven that order matters in boss rallies. Back when we were first starting, you can see how to set up a proper rally based on stats and troop counts and things. You can optimize some of that. Now, is it worth it? Obviously for bosses, but it is worth it when you're talking about throne and other things to set up your order. If you don't believe me, that's okay. I'm not here to argue, just telling you the way things we found out. Can I tell you exactly how it works? No. So, wish I knew. All right, so here I think is that T11. And again, just wanting to show you guys, these are things that I do to try to analyze how am I doing? What can I improve on? And so here again, my T14s, so my T15s, I think were all dead. Yep. And so my 14s that were left almost killed them all again, but they still did pretty well. 2-to-1 kill ratio. I think the difference here is I believe they sent small siege. I think that's what he does with his backup siege gen, which not everybody has that. 3-to-1 kill ratio here on the 12s. Again, that's going to be up to 40 million now instead of 25 that it was. Pretty good kill ratio there on the 11s. 7-to-1. 7 to none, really. Let's just take a look. I think they sent small siege. Yep. So this was a small siege rally. Now, pro tip. I don't know why you don't send this one first, YB. Because this number would go it's going to stay pretty consistent on what dies. But what'll happen is this number, using these smaller troops, will actually go up because they will kill my 15s and probably, I'd argue they kill more 14s as well, but I do believe they would have done better sending this one first and then their big siege as the second one. I'd like to see that, but I'm not going to tell them how to kill me easier, but I think in general that's the approach. It's a smaller rally. Probably people didn't have their troops back. Yeah, that was 32 million. And like many, they're also sending... I don't think he fills his rally size here. I think he just sends 3.2 million T11s. Which a lot of people do that. I think I do the same, like 3 million T11s on my small siege. This guy really needed a buff. I think these were happening pretty much in succession because I was the only one left. I think I logged off at this point. At a dinner party. Alright, here is an arch attack. It looks like I had some decent rains. We'll check those out, but I went a little positive on this. But yet they killed 95 million. So going back to the buffs, lots of 24, 6, 3 coming at me with only a 1788. Let's check out the debuffs. 980. I wouldn't mind getting that a little higher, but that did pretty well considering. They debuffed me down 575, so I'm about 1200. Yeah, so they're about 1500 attack. I'm at about 1200 something. So yeah, 300 plus. They're still better on the attack side, but I was able to go positive. Oh, wait, is that online? A slight detail. Aha, I think it was my reins. I think I reined him with ground. Let's take a look. Yeah. I think that might have helped a little bit there. But notice those T15 ground on the reins didn't do much, but they died. Reaper had a ground in there. Cheddar ground in there. Again, these T15s on the reins are not doing well. The 14s did a little better. 13s did fine. Great, actually. These are just all things to note. Sometimes you don't have a separate preset for raining versus attacking or joining, but I do. I wasn't using it here, but I generally do. I will for tomorrow's match. Tailor those troop types and troop counts to what they're doing, whether they're defending or they're attacking. And that's just something you gotta play with. How did your march perform defending versus attacking? What do you need to modify to make them both equivalent? What's more important? Are you attacking more than you're defending? Do you find yourself reigning more than you're being able to join the rallies? So, I mean, those are all things that play into how do I set my presets. Here's Don using Elektra and Charles. YBE's a simian Elektra guy like myself. Minimoto and Tommy. Here is Messi using Elektra and Cayuga. Another Elektra, Charles the 12th. So yeah, I mean, they all work. Again, it's what you've got and what you can make better. So that's a good defense on the line did there. It's the same one. Alright. Here's another siege hit. I believe this will be their big siege again. So why am I going through these? Well, that's because I want to see what, if anything, I can change on these reports and how different troop counts are going to impact me. So now what I'll do is during Chalons, I'll look. I don't think this first match I'll get as good of an example of these buffs compared to the YBE and the one rallies that I was getting hit with, but yeah, I'll take a little look at them nonetheless. And I had some good rains in here. Arch still in there. I got a siege, and a siege. That obviously helps out a lot. So 3 siege rains from 3 of our best, some of our best siege. Rains. Yeah, this rains took out a lot. So they're just whittling down my siege, which I've got a lot of, and I continue to make those as a primary defensive troop type at my size. For some reason, they decided to send a siege or a cav hit at this point. I don't know why. I don't know why, but you know, 2.5 versus 2. So I'm positive on this hit as well, but I just don't know. Other than they were testing or a choice on this one. Just the number of arch I still had left. I don't know why this was done. Other than, they're killing my ground. They might have wanted to try to reduce my ground. Oh, this is online again. What the fuck? Excuse my French. Somebody yell at me. So line did a nice job defending here. This could be why they wanted to get rid of our ground rains, but Reaper had an arch rain in there as well as Anj. So good call on theirs part. They were able to turn the tides there. I'm sure my ground rain, see my ground rain got killed here, which might have been what they were just going after. Let's kill Hefe's ground rain so we can do better. Still online here. That was the same one. I think this is where line got zeroed. Ground hit. Yeah, I hardly had troops left. And the arch rains were still in there from Reap. Actually, no, he had Cav. Good call. But volume-wise, they just had more. Line was all ground and arch and siege, so they grounded him to be able to get those arch. His siege were pretty much quite a bit of siege left, but ground, and it's a good choice. Had they sent Cav March, this would have gone differently because of the 5 million arch he had here on T13, so good choice on the ground. Clear. Yeah, nothing you're gonna do about that. Now I'm at 27.1. They're back to me. This is their arch hit. I do have a lot of calves at the upper levels, and so they're gonna take those for sure. These T-15s died. 14s, I believe they killed. Yeah. Basically, they just got down to my T-11s. I still had some 11s left. So from a point standpoint, this is, they're going to go after these high-level troops. Can you ghost them? Sure. Does it help? Not convinced it helps to ghost them because they're still fighting. They're still strong troops. So if you get rid of them, they're fighting. They're killing those lower layers. So I would rather have those 15s in a fight. That's why I typically don't ghost anymore. If you're a different size, you might ghost to be able to get the advantage and not give away those points. But you can see they went pretty positive here, just given that rally size of 46 million, which is a big rally. Yep, so it's a good. Not going to do much against that. Yes, could I add more HP? Could I adjust my lower layers? Yes. Do I want to spend the time and resources on re-refining and changing those things to defend against an arch rally? No. So I think you'll see later, because they can't really get through all of my other stuff without, those are just points available to them, which I'm going to concede those points for the bigger advantage. And that's the number of rallies they need to hit me. So the number of rallies they need to hit me and to zero me is the more time and effort they're spending on me, and maybe not focusing on other people. Now they're doing this at the end, so there's nothing else to do, but you can see here I'm defending pretty well against all these siege rallies, which is really my focus. I saw some really big reports on some 23 billion keep, I think, a ground clear they did on them. I don't know that was the full story on that hit. Maybe it was. I haven't seen the report, but the Hot Guys was one they were sending around, which I would too. It's a big, it's a huge, biggest, I think that's the biggest zero I've seen now. If that guy was, whatever he was, 23 billion at the start, and he still had all his subs and they were able to do that, that's pretty freaking impressive. But I suspect that wasn't a one hit clear. I got cleared for 11.6. That's based on the troop mix I had left and subs and all of the things. I showed you guys that one. No shame in that. If I was trying, would I have eaten that rally and defended differently? Yeah, I would have done lots of different things there, but I was just letting it happen. Rolled over, just took it like a good hoe. Okay, where was I? Talking about hoes. Alright, so that's siege. Siege, that's the same one. Same one again. Yep. So here's another arch. A little bit better, but that's because those high-level troops are dying. They are killing all. This probably cleared all of my calves. Let's take a look. Yep, killed them all. So that's good. That's what they were trying to do there. So now let's see what they do. Now they decide they got to go back to siege. So again, they're just having to kill all these siege layers, and now they're starting to go pretty positive. .6 to just, let's call it 3. So that's, a billion positive. That's, we all die eventually. And here's that T11. Again, not sure why they're doing this. What you're not going to get as much of is the arch, secondary arch troops that you're killing with these siege. again, they're just slinging them. I don't think they would do some of these things if, you know, at the start they aren't going to make these choices. They were just sending it, which we all get there. Okay, that's what I just looked at. Here's another arch. So they're going arch on arch here. They're still going positive. I just want to see my buffs at this point. 27 to 16. Hello, Senior Links from 777. Welcome to the stream. We are just reviewing some previous battlefield reports. I was just going through, talking a little bit about how I review some of these reports to try to figure out what it is I need to work on. Yeah, do I want to get better stats? Sure, but you know, where should I focus some of my resources? Whether that's refining stones, gems, you know, gear choices, refines on gear, dragons, you know, all those things are things I'm thinking about as we're going into Chalons. So again, a big rally, 38, almost 40. Calves. So now that they've gotten rid of all my calves, they did a pretty good job of getting rid of most of my arch as well. I had some here. You know, I might have done another big siege. Had that second or that small siege been another big siege, if they had just waited till everybody's troops came back and not sent the small siege, I think these T12s would have been dead. As well as probably most of these 10s. Thanks, Links. Appreciate you watching and tuning in. Hopefully everybody's liking and subscribing. We're trying to get that subscription up over 1,000 so that, you know, we can make big money and retire on this game called Ebony. I'm sure I'm at some point going to go into the positive with money spent versus money earned. It probably another 6, 8, 10 years before I go to the positive. But no, seriously though, we are trying to get up to 1,000 subscribers. Just a goal we've got as a group. So we hope we're making it fun for you guys to watch. And all you need to do is subscribe to help us out. Yeah, so you can see I had a number of ranged left here. I think they would have even gone even better. I would have big sieged me with that small siege. I bet you a lot of these siege or archers would have been dead, and therefore allowing this hit that they'd just done with the calves would have done even better. Now it did go positive. What is that? 2.8. Well, actually, we traded. Yeah. See, I think this again. They don't care, and I'm not banging on YVE North here and their alliance. They know what they're doing, but they were probably just slinging whatever they had open. We all get there in the ones you're winning. But just want to point these things out as to what I'm seeing on the reports, and things on the reports are looking as I would expect. I just want to improve. And so here is another siege. So I think they might have seen that as well in those reports. They might have seen, oh yeah, he's got too many ranged troops still available. So let's big siege him again. And sure enough, there goes all those arch. Yep. So I hope that makes sense to everybody. Yeah, see, they literally cleared all of my ranged. So now I would assume they're going to hit me with a cav here. Cav or ground. Yeah, ground. Probably didn't matter at this point. Did I miss one? It's Big Siege. Okay, that was Big Siege. Yeah. That last one didn't really matter based on the troop mix that I had and the size I was, but yeah, that's a clear. That's a good clear. Now this is where those T1s, let's say I had a billion T1 ground and a billion T1 mounted. I could maybe last one more rally. Questionable whether he'd have been able to solo me at this point. Maybe. Actually, I would have looked at this and probably calf soloed me, but don't know that you can get through all that with the calves, but on a solo, but maybe. Oh, Harmon's asking about how much approximately have I spent in game? Well, that's kind of a big question. Yeah, I don't know is probably the best answer. 50K to 150K. So what you've got to remember is I've been playing since release. Within a couple months of the initial server releases, I was on server 27, so I've spent more than that. I had an old account that was K35 before K40 was released that was a top end keep as well. VIP 18 at the time. Somebody else is using that one now. And I moved to 162, and so now I'm VIP 21. Yeah, I've spent a lot of money. I don't know how much. I don't even want to add that up. It's kind of scary to think about. And Lynx is right. He's my accountant. Keeping all that information close to the vest. Keep our competitive advantage, right, Lynx? Yeah, I don't know. I don't even want to think about it, but if I was golfing with all my buddies and going on golf trips, I probably would spend about the same. Now, you might argue that you're golfing at your public golf course, but if you're going to Pebble Beach, or you're going to, what was the place I went? Oh, the Greenbrier. You ever played at the Ryder Cup course at the Greenbrier? Beautiful course. But in order to do that, you got to spend some money. So I kind of look at it that way. Scuba trips that I've gone on, they can cost as much or more than my Ebony habits. So it's just choices. At least that's the way I justify it. Some would say virtual assets really aren't worth much, which I would agree with as well. But entertainment-wise, if I just look at it as entertainment, that's the way I justify it, at least in my own head. But yeah, if I sat down and spread, that's the one thing I don't spreadsheet is spends. And I know it's I'm like a traveling commercial here for Aptoide, but I can't tell you how better it makes me feel when I'm buying those packs using Aptoide. I mean, it just feels like, it's not that I'm doing more, it just feels better about when I do make the spends. Yeah, and priorities are right. It's not that I'm prioritizing entertainment. I'm still doing entertainment. I do like traveling. I like to go to different places, so I do that a lot as well. But I kind of mix it up with Ebony habits here now, and streaming is a lot of fun. And honestly, that's the way I've been playing as long as I have. It's the people and all of us hoes here keep me playing, keep me energized and having fun. Gives me entertainment, something to do. And I'm retired, so all I have to do is talk to you wonderful people. All right, what was I going to do here? So I've got on my list Custer reports. I think I went through enough reports. You guys get the point there. Troops. Senior links. Totally. There's going to be a letter mailed to in the will. The problem is none of them will know what they're doing. Probably go get themselves. Although the good news is I can sit on the server as long as I just tell them, hey, every 2 weeks just bubble for SVS, and then go bomb around on the server and just don't kill anybody because we're nap. So yeah, try to explain all that and it will. Yeah, I can show you Chalons again. Matchup is actually... Lion's going to tell you this is going to be pretty boring. He's probably happy he can't make it because... Or might not be able to make the whole thing because we'll probably kill these guys pretty easily. Unless they're all T1 traps. The evil T1 traps. Then we'll just rally them all. It'll just take longer. Yeah, no problem with Honor. How are you doing? Yeah, back to the Aptoide. I was talking about that. So it doesn't necessarily make me feel like spending more necessarily, but it just feels a little bit better when I'm doing it because I'm saving every day. I don't purchase every day. I do want to actually look at, I'm going to probably do a purchase here at some point to get I want to get another Zao. Because it's the token event. I might want to wait till this weekend, but what was I going to say about Aptoide? Oh, Aptoide. So for everybody using Aptoide, if you guys are using it, I know last week we had a additional 5% that came out. I just got a text about 2 more days that are coming up, and they're coming up this week. On the 17th and 18th, there's going to be 2 days of additional 5% given. So you can get up to that 30% off on your pack purchases. So, and if you happen to be buying with pounds or out of the country, out of the United States, you can actually double up. So you not only get the savings off the initial purchase price, but you also get that same percentage back in coins to be spent, later. So huge savings for those folks. Well, for everyone really, but so yeah, I think I'm at, let's take a look here. I don't mind showing you my wallet. $67. So I've got $67 built up in coins. Done some purchasing here, but what was I going to show you here? Yeah, so I'm at 16% with my 5% promotional code for the Hefe promo code. So I'm at 21% off on all the purchases. So next week you'll see on the 17th, it probably will come out, it might even be tomorrow. Yeah, Aptoide is not working on the iPhone currently. They're working on that to release it on the iPhone or the iPhone platform, but what I do, like you're seeing here, I don't typically play when I'm actually playing. I'm playing on my iPad. I'm an iPhone user. I know for all you Android users, that's the evil thing. But I end up playing some on my emulator. I do all my purchasing on my emulator here. And for me, it's a good backup. I back up any of my accounts that I've got on other servers. Out on BlueStacks, so that if I ever lose my phone, I ever get a corrupted, link to my account, I can always go to my emulator and unlink and relink and do all those things I need to do to secure my account. Yeah, that promo code, like with Honor said, yeah, this 5% is the one I'm talking about here. All you've got to do is go into your wallet and add it in. I want to see I think if I go into, where is it? Settings. Yeah, promo code active. So you can check that out. It's all one word, no spaces in the Hefe, but you can check that out. That'll give you this additional 5%. So all your purchases, not only this base that is going to grow. So every time I spend, I add to this value, and you're trying to, you can get this to max out at 20%. I know some of my buddies, they've been keeping me apprised of their spending, and they're excited to tell me that they're higher than I am, and I keep telling them, well, that just means you spent more than I did. So I don't know, should I be excited, or anyway, they're at different places in their lives too. So yeah, this bonus is going to actually go up to 20%. So every day I'm saving 20. I could be saving 25%, and then on those additional promo days, there'll be two days of that for additional 5% each day. So again, up to 30%. So like this one here, this Castle Clash World Ruler, they're going to give an additional 5% coming up soon. I just happen to know, and for all you guys that are listening in, this has been announced to let me know that, I can let you guys know that there's going to be an additional savings coming up on the 17th and 18th. So for the next event, you should be able to get some additional awards in game, and being able to use those coins on other things. All right, enough on Aptoide. I do love my Aptoide. And maybe we'll do a purchase here. I can take you through that. I know some of these other ones I was looking at. I did actually get contacted by another similar product. I'm not going to tell you the one, but obviously I'm not going to rep more than one product because I really think Aptoide's the best one. From the research I've done and the spending you need to do to increase those base amounts, as well as the number of promotions that they're running comparatively to the other ones, and how those coins work and how you use them, I think is just that much better using Aptoide. That's why I choose it. But there's other ones. There's Amazons. There's Google Coins. I think there's something called App Gallery from another product. But some of these products aren't necessarily giving you money back to be used in game. Some of them are given things that you can use at their store. So you might be able to buy a new set of headphones from them, or maybe a new phone. I guess that could be a valuable thing for your Ebony habit. But some of them aren't actually giving you cash back that you can reuse in game. So you just want to look at that as you're picking those. And I'm a heavy Aptoide user, given that I'm helping to try to grow that business. I'm not gotten any money from them yet, but we're still working on it. Some people ask me that, oh, you just get paid a bunch of money. It's like, no, I'm actually not getting paid. So much like our YouTube channel getting up to 1,000 users, it's not that I'm going to be retiring on. In fact, as I mentioned before, I'm already retired, so just doing it out of the goodness of my heart at this point. Oh yeah, merch. with Honor wants merch. I do too. I told Spit to put together a business case, and I haven't heard anything back from her yet on that one. I got to get her on the horn for it. Oh, and I don't know if any of the hoes are listening, but I am out there on Discord. If you guys want to join in and chat or answer questions or help out, you're happy to. Don't feel like you can't join in. Always welcome some more people talking besides my drowning voice. Yeah, Jace Henson points out as well on the Aptoide. And this is just info for everybody. I don't want to be a 24-hour commercial. I want you guys to enjoy Ebony, not worry about the spending side of it. But Jace is right. There's no tax. So when you're using your iOS purchasing through the Apple Store, you get taxed on those things. Aptoide, you're not. So that's an additional savings as well. That may depend on state to state. I thought Lion was telling me he started to see a tax show up for him down in South Carolina, but I'm not 100% sure on that, but I know I'm not seeing any taxes on mine. Yeah, it's a good savings. I'm playing on other servers, helping other servers out, and a lot of times I'm not playing there on a regular basis, so I need to do some purchasing to get things like march speeds, to get some stamina if I'm over there messing around and joining rallies and doing things. So what I'm doing is I'm doing the spending on my main account to build up my VIP to, get the things I need to stay competitive at the level I want. And then what I'm doing is I'm banking on those points. You saw that $67. I'll use that on those secondary accounts to buy stamina and to buy, gems to keep my bubbles, those kind of things. So it allows me to play on other servers, have more friends across, different servers, and be able to stay competitive on those servers as well without having to spend over there. So yes, you are spending, but to me, that savings I'm utilizing to help me get stronger in other areas. So yeah, or just turn it around and put it back into your main account too. You can do that as well. Yeah, if you guys got other things you want me to go through, somebody had asked me about a keep walkthrough. I don't know what that would look like or how interesting that would be, but I kind of show it all as I'm doing it here. But if you got questions on certain things, I'm happy to step through stuff for you guys. As long as it's not my whispers. Lion likes to send me sweet nothings in my whispers, so I'm going to keep that private. My southern gentleman. Alright. Well, you know what I wanted to do? I also wanted to see... I think Zao is available right now from the event. I might wait till... Does somebody see Zao here? Because I'm not. Got some Mordreds. I might be out of Zao's. So much of a chance I don't think he's up here. Because the best way to do it is to look over here. Yep, I'm in fact out. So, given I'm 2 spec, I need 3 more Zaos in order to get my 3rd star. Quick math there. I don't know if some people didn't recognize that initially. I think it took me a bit before I did as well, but once you have your 5 stars on here, and to get that next star, you need 1 more Zao. So 1 star, 1 Zao. Once you got that 1 star, to get the 2nd star, I needed 2 more, 3 more, 4 more. I think you're seeing the pattern here. 5 more. So you need 15 extra generals to be able to get it fully ascended. So 5, 4, that's 9. 3, that'd be 12. 2, that's 14, and 15 for that number 1 star. So yeah, obviously that was reverse order, but hey, a broadcast. I'd be happy to do that, but it's tough to do when you don't have an account there. I can't tell you how many times I've just jumped on other servers to mess around with accounts, though it is kind of fun. But you always get to the point where, ooh, I really want to spend, or I really want that general, and then you get distracted for your main. So I try to stay away from doing that too much. New York, no tax. That's good. Good to know. And it adds up. That tax adds up. I know I'd rather keep the money in my pocket. And with the spending you might be doing, that savings and tax, again, can be used for things like stamina, things like gems for, if you're able to play on other servers. or if you got family family members on your same server that are playing. All right, wanted to look at Siege a little bit here. Actually, yeah, so I switched over to this Hind set right before All Stars, and what I wanted to do was I wanted to increase this. I wanted to get that rally capacity up, but so I wanted to get the 4-set bonus, but just the stat wise on this Hind set was a little bit better than what I was rolling for, or the Abyss and other mix I had going. And then I was able to just swap out and make another set for a rain set. So now I'm raining using this set of gear. This was my old setup for Siege. And as I said before, you know, if you're, I don't do this, but if you can cake 10 every time, this probably doesn't matter. But it's few and far between that I cake 10 to get those cake 10 pieces. Now, obviously, I've done it a lot. You've seen my Civ gear setup. But that one was one where I'm, you know, for me, it's just a primary attack type that I'm using. The number of alliances that we're going after, the number of siege rallies we're doing, for the resources needed to update all these, you know, that was obviously something that was a primary attack type for us. So I prioritize my siege over any other general. And then arch, ground, and then calves is the way I did it. Obviously wall general was before a lot of those as well. Broadcast wants to give me an account to come play, do some PvP with them on 1010. I don't know. That's that could be tempting. I don't know that I got time to do that, but who knows? Maybe check it out. I'd be happy to give you any advice though, and if you're running your SVSs and you got questions on certain things, as a lot of people point out to me, I don't participate much in SVS. You end up spending a lot of time for a few hits, and I do enjoy doing it, and I more enjoy the rallies, and you know, I can get on, do some trapping, do some switches, get people moving, but when I tend to move, and people tend not to unbubble, so I try to just pick my times to get participating. Jace is wondering about Zhao. You know, I talk about this a lot, but it just really depends. I waited a long time for my mounted general. If you're a new server, you're the primary boss setter, you're using calves 90% of the time because you want to grow your alliance, maybe that's the time to do it. And I will say I did my Hannibal after I did, who was I used to use? Alfred, I think I always used Alfred on this server for a long time. I didn't do Simeon until before All Stars either, so I'd been using Alfred and Hannibal for at least 2 years. And yeah, there was better generals, there was better combos. Well, this was before Ascending and Assistant Generals and all that, but yeah, so again, back to your question, Zhao may or may not be worth it depending on what you've got. So you really got to look at where your server's at, what your role is, how do you prioritize calves over other things. Are you small and don't have to worry about, and you ghost all your troops, don't have to worry about your wall general even. You might not have to worry about your wall general for a long time until you actually have to start taking hits. So, maybe you don't prioritize your wall general, and you might use that cav general more often to try to catch marches in temples or wanting to join rallies in battlefield. Those are the kind of choices you got to think about. Is don't commit all those resources until you're ready to do it is all I would say. You want to hoard things, and then once you decide, do the best you can with the information you've got, and the take the time to research things, see what other people are doing, ask questions here, see what your teammates are doing, review your reports. I mean, there's all sorts of things that you got to do to make those choices. Everybody makes choices that they regret, I would say, and that changes their behavior going forward, whether that's applying ruin stones, ascending a general, or for me it was civ gear at the time. I started deconstructing my civ gear, and then they decided to make the cap higher, so it took me a long time to get that going. This is something I want to work on. This is the other thing I could do today. I want to open up my optional boxes and get these, make these scrolls part of my optional box opening. So, yeah, I've accumulated a bunch of these with double coupons and other things I've been doing. And you might think this is a lot, but it actually isn't as much as you think based on double coupons and how long I've been hoarding these. Let's just take a look. So for these lower level ones, what I typically do, right now I need more stone than anything, but I'm going to get all the resource types for these lower level ones, and then I'm going to choose, and then I'm working on blazons. I want more rune stones for generals. I need this for my dang dragons. So that's how I'm going to spend those optional boxes. So again, I want these for dragons. I'm going to make some gear too. I've got a bunch of, as I mentioned, civ gear scrolls that I have not converted. I need to finish out a few sets to get some of those bonuses that just, those things add up after a while. So let's do that. I'm going to do the same thing here. So you can see you can either get a specific type, which I think is a really good ad. So if let's say you've done some purchasing, you've got these optional boxes sitting here. Again, you can open them up right away because it feels like Christmas every time, but I'd tell you to hold on and wait till you're at these decision points. So right now I want to make some more arch, and I want to make some, or ranged, and I want to make some more siege. Well, guess what? I got a boatload of open lumber right now. I've got a lot of stone as well. I got a lot of everything right here, but I've got the most wood here. But and then when I look at what I've got in my boxes still, I typically open a lot of my stone because I was making a lot of siege. So you'll see I've got more boxes in my lumber. I don't like to use boxes. I try to keep I try to only open them once, and I opened all these yesterday when all the ones I wanted to open up so that I could build all those troops that I did. But again, I'm opening these and using the standard set for these smaller ones. When I get to those top ones, now I want to get more of those art treasure souls, so I'm working on that now. Some people using the necklaces. Last round when I opened up my hoard before All Stars, I was doing ruby necklaces so I could apply them to Helen and the Elizabeth based on what I was doing and what I needed to do at that time. Again, I'm not just willy-nilly opening things because they look cool or it seems like a good idea. There's definitely a focus on not wanting to be short on something that I could have been done with or could have finished up if based on the timing. So I can either have 3.2 million or billion of an individual type, or I can have 810. Again, these lower levels, I'm going to choose to get all types, 810, so almost a billion of each. I want those treasure scrolls. Now I could get these. I need blazons. I'm just short on. I keep getting the blazons because I'm not anywhere near close to being done with those. So I'll get as many of those as I can. I can get my materials from other things like Vikings and such. So now here, I'm not going to open up these, but you can see these give a lot of resources if I were to open them all up. And it's the same choices for all these. I know on the low level ones, I don't think you have the blazons or on the gray ones, but those big ones are highly sought after. Again, I hoard things like these general tokens and these things that you get from purchases or you get from competitions that you might win, like this one I got from, I think, last BOG or might have been BOC top 100 or something. But I've got these zip scrolls. You can see I don't have any Aztec gear. This is the thing I'm thinking about doing, is swapping out my ground gear for a new setup for my ground. But again, I got to do the math on it to see, is it worth it? And over the years, I've finished these other sets. Again, some ground set that I might implement some of these pieces. I can't remember the ones I did already do some research on, but I got to compare what my current setup is and what would I be once those are fully spec'd out. Thieves set for Arch. I've not done anything with that either. I'm still using Plantagenet as my base for that. Alright, so then I want to also look at these. I think these are the Kick 10 pieces. I've got all these. The one I'm going to look at, I won't ever finish that. That'll be I won't do the monster set. Abyss I'm done with. These bourbon boots are the ones that I'm looking at potentially adding into my mounted set as I go through some changes. But given that they've released so many ground sets, I suspect there's going to be some more. And they've got the Arch set out. They got a Siege set out. I don't believe they've done a second round of... I think they have, given they have a mounted set for monsters. But I might finish out some of the debuff sets. Again, another priority. Limited priority for me, it's more of a defense. Obviously, you're using it on your solos, but you can't send them on rallies, so I don't prioritize my debuffs as highly as other things. Again, that's that ground set. I might use those there. I might also use them on the hind set, depending. for siege, but I got to look at that a little closer. I think I already made those choices that I needed to there based on what I've got. So I don't think I'll do that. I might do Arch. I don't know. I don't know. All right. So yeah, as I said, I've got these generals sitting here that as the different things show up, different events show up with different generals that I want to try to get or I need fragments for, or the percent chances. Like right now, I thought I saw in the mail that one general that I don't have. Or actually, there's two generals, which crazy. I don't have Mark Anthony. I've never pulled him in one of the packs. I need a Mark Anthony and I need Lucicia or whatever her name is, or his name is. So you can see I got a bunch of blazons here. I maxed out the opening of the blazons here. So what I do is I open them all up, as many as I can, and then once in a great while, because I just don't. Hey, Dimitri and Triad, hello from 488. Thanks for joining the chat, guys. Gals, I'm not sure which. But what I like to do is I come in here and I look for any of the troop types. So I do a search, and then I lock those ones that come back that are matching, right? So if I decide I want to create this Blazon, I'd like to start with, if I'm looking for marching ground troop attack, and I decide this is going to be my base, I want to start with the right one, right? So what I'll do is I'll search through all my opens and see what comes up. So if I decide I want to do a marching range troop defense, which I might need one of, I don't know, for joining rallies or solos, this would account for that. If I want to base that Valor set on this, I want those to match. So some people do it differently, but I like to try to find the matching ones. And I like the so like here, I will just lock this just for now. And this, what you're doing is you're allowing it so that it doesn't get used or consumed it's not going to be used in an upgrade, right? You can select things to use for upgrades, or you can just let it select for you. Marching range siege attack. So that's a pretty good one. So now I have those. Now I've got these other ones equipped for various reasons because I haven't worked on them, but so that's the first thing I'll do. I think that's a different. Yeah, so this will give you those loads and other things, which is fine. I don't care about the loads, but what I'm looking for is you do see a lot of trolls for capacity and loads. That these are the key things. So if you add a range load, you're gonna get more arrows in your quiver. And if you believe that, I got a bridge to sell you in Chicago. So this is one of the ones that I've locked in the past. So range troop attack. So I prefer these over any of the other types. Everybody wants to show off their 2800, their 3K, their 36K, or 3600 buff. I'd rather have 3K buffs for attacking, defending than maybe I can't make that statement. But my point is I'd rather have these base buffs, knowing that as I'm going to level these up to level 10 or level 15, and up to 20, those other ones could be defending, they could be marching, they could be other things, which is fine. But generally I want to be I want to be as good at defending as I am at attacking or joining rallies or soloing, right? So yes, you can switch them. If you've ever watched me play in All-Stars or in Battlefields, have you ever seen me go into my blazons and switch them? No. I barely grow them, which is kind of a travesty. I barely work on them, let alone switch them. So yes, you can. Do in a practical sense? No. That's like saying you've got better monarch gear than I do. Well, go ahead and try to switch all the time. Yes, you can do it. I do it. You can do it in certain situations, but if you're telling me you're switching monarch gear 100% of the time for every rally and every solo, I'm going to call BS. That one is even a little bit different than blazons. To be able to get into the blazons screen, I believe you have to go in city. Is that right? I don't know for effect. Regardless, you're not going to go in and switch and change the defense. Now, maybe you are done rallying and those reports I was going through, maybe you've decided that you're just done playing and you go switch to your blazons that are for defense. Sure, I'll give you that. But I would rather be good at everything than amaze balls at one thing and not very good at another, right? So I'd rather, yes, would I select in rally stats better than I would defending? Yes, that would be probably better. But I would like to be really good at all of them. So that's why I use those. I think Dougie Fresh and I talked about this when Blazons first came out, and this was kind of what he does. And I think it was a really good piece of advice he gave me initially. Goats and Pajamas, Dougie Fresh. He knows what he's doing. So again, this is the one that I'll use as a base as I start to work on Arch. I think I already have some Arch going, but again, I look at these so rarely, but I want to make sure if I'm going in here to make some updates and start using these that I'm not wasting or using up these ones that are potentially. So here's one, mounted HP. So this is definitely one that I'm going to probably be looking at using coming soon is because I don't have a real good set of blazons for my mounted set. But that's what I would prefer to use over, even over this one. But I've got this one as an option, so if I decide I want to set up differently for SVS versus All-Stars, but again, I'm not going to worry about using this one, but I might want to keep it for future, right? So I don't want to waste it and use it to upgrade this one per se right now, because I might choose to also have this piece as well, if that makes sense. Again, there's another mounted HP. I'm going to keep that. All these load ones I don't need. Now, at one point I did have it like this one. I actually had a siege load one that I was using for, I think it was level 16 or something crazy. Only because I had, I don't know, somehow I had like 3 siege loads on it, just was bad rolls, and I was just leveling it up to get it, to be able to reuse it on something else. And I was using it to hit keeps to get resources if I saw a bunch of resources. Obviously it helps there. But again, if you're spending your hard-earned blazons on load and capacity, you got way too much money. Or maybe you don't have much money anymore because you spent it all on blazons. But so that's kind of what I do first. I will go through and lock all those things I don't want to get to use up. And that's all I typically do. Which is part of my problem. All right, let's go ahead and check it out a little bit. So, Siege is the one that I've worked on the most. Some of these I full well knew that I wanted to replace them, but I wanted to work on them at the same time. So this is an example of one of those pieces I started with Siege HP. You can see the defending stats are 10% more, but I'm also getting these stats on defending as well. So this one I'm not getting when I'm defending, right? So I have to be marching in order for this to kick in. So in effect, I am getting all of these stats for everything, only these stats for defending. These aren't going into my rallies. So you could argue that this wasn't a great choice. I would argue the mixing defending and the base stats are better than having a bunch of marching that when I'm defending aren't giving me those stats. So that's how I make my choices there. Also, you'll notice I don't get the 6-piece plus 10 to defense and attack. I just, again, don't feel like that always is the best choice. I'm not just creating an honesty set to give me that additional 10%. Yes, it's 30% really if you consider all three types, but given what I've got right now for stats, I just had pieces that didn't match up to be able to give those appropriate stats. But again, here you'll see the siege attack. I started with the base siege attack so that when I'm defending, I get an additional 22% on siege attack. When I'm joining rallies, I get additional when I'm defending, when I'm, doing solos. And then I was able to get these other two. So I'm happy with this piece. Yeah, or if all these were siege machine attack, that's what I'd prefer all four of these to be this base siege machine attack. But you can see the jump. And this is how some of these folks are getting these huge numbers. If all of these were 20.5, every time I join a rally, I'd be getting plus 80 as opposed to, what am I getting here? Call it 60. So I'm getting an additional 20% by using all those in rally siege machine attacks. But again, defending, how much am I giving up if I had all four of those in rallies? 80? I don't want to give that up. So that's my approach. Yes, can I get another piece that would be for defending? Sure. Can I get another piece that would just be for soloing? Yep. I just don't, in practicality, having that many blazons. You've seen my VIP. These are my blazons. They are not anywhere near close to being done, let alone having 3 sets of them. So. Yep. And some of these I want to change, but I think I upgraded them based on going into Chalons or into All-Stars last time. But you can see my trend here. I like to use the base ones. And I'm not saying this is bad, but that 7% is not helping me on defending. This one too is a very good piece in my opinion. But that's almost 40% that's not used in defending. I would rather have this than that other piece. This marching is fine. Just depends on the troop type, in my opinion. Marching, siege solos. Yeah, people do siege solos, but Yep. And see, you'll see the ones that I've moved up are all those things that have the base stat the same. So this is kind of what I need to work on going forward. Now, to me, that's a really good piece. Would I like this to be the base as well? Yeah. Honestly, I would. But this isn't to me, this isn't a bad trade-off. Yeah, in rally, I'd get more. I'd have bigger buffs showing on my rally report, but yeah. I'm sure I'll hear that I'm doing this wrong, or some people think I'm stupid, but this load, I've got all these extra arrows coming. This obviously is one I'm going to switch, but I just kept it. And again, when you can use this this one, I can unlock it and I can use it to upgrade another one. I think you lose 20% of your EXP that you spent to get it to 10. So I can apply, I think it's 10 goes to, what's it, like a level 8. So if I were to use this to upgrade a level 1, I think it would start at 8. I mean, somebody can maybe correct me, but I just haven't done enough of this to know. But I know that it gives you back those blazons that were already spent, which is nice, because when you get those bad rolls, this isn't bad. But again, I probably solo more than I do ground rallies. So again, I'd rather have marching, or I'd rather have this base, and frankly, I'd rather just have the base, given what I use ground for. Raining, defending, attacking, not as many rallies. So siege, if I had all these probably would be best defending or marching or in rally. In rally giving you the highest amounts. But again, you saw me defending pretty well against higher buffs than what I was showing on defense buffs. I was still going positive. So it's not always about getting up to 3k. And yeah, there are guys that are up there and gals that are up there, but how many of those people do you match up with on a regular basis? Do you want to plan for the future? Yeah, but to get to that same level, you have to spend as much as those folks do, and we all can't, so I wouldn't get caught up in the numbers there too much. Just do the best you can with what you got. And try not to waste things. Try to lock those things that you might use in the future. It's one blazon to sit there. You get plenty of those level 1 ones. Keep the ones you want, upgrade the ones you need. You know, don't try to boil the ocean, as I like to say. Just focus on one thing at a time. And mine was siege. Arch was going to be the next thing. I think I'm actually focusing a little bit more on potentially ground and mounted defending a little bit better, because of what I'm being hit with from rallies and the number of cav versus ground. We do more arch and siege obviously than we do ground and calves. Now we're doing more calves these days and probably some more grounds, but still on a percentage basis, priorities would be siege, arch, and then you could argue on ground versus calves. And for me, soloing with ground, I might want to work on ground a little bit more than I would calves. So it's just kind of a decision point, and as long as I'm not wasting individual troop types, I can make all of them better. Obviously, you saw there that they're nowhere near done. But frankly, there's a lot of availability and upside for me, for my buffs coming from blazons if I take the time to do it, but I'm pretty lazy. Alright, I do want to do this though. I realize some of this is a little bit monotonous, but yeah, I can show you my siege and arch gen one sec. Just let me finish this up. And here I could go and get these to be able to utilize them, but I'm just kind of making sure I get through these. I'm not trying to optimize, I'm just trying not to skip it for today. So I'll use whatever I can to get these leveled up. And I don't use resources typically because they don't give you enough return. These aren't great either, but growth is better than no growth, right? There's somebody saying right now, I'm so proud of you, Hefe, that you went in and did your dragons. Didn't think you knew where it was. I do, just lazy. Alright. Should have clicked that one, but clicking too fast. Alright. So we got Custer, Blazons. Just making some notes. Troops Friday. Might even be Thursday. Dimitri would like to look at my siege gens and my archgen. Sure. So I use Philip for my main siege gen. In fact, why don't I go into... I'll show you here. So I am using Philip and Ramses. And this is the general I switched over to using some of the Hein attack pieces. There may be a 2-2-2 combo, but I really wanted the rally capacity out of this Hein. I think the Abbas had it as well, but the stats on these Hein pieces were just that much a little bit better that I made the switch. Made a conscious decision to have a duplicate set so that I could rain, because I'm raining more with siege these days. So that was a choice for me. And you can still see I still get this Abbas bonus for the 2-piece set. And I believe I've analyzed this enough. Now I don't have the other Cake 10 Hein pieces. That's the thing I gotta look at. Should I be swapping out a different Hein piece, whether it's boots or chest, and then put the Abbas, equivalent on to still get the 2-piece set? I gotta look at that. Somebody could probably tell me, but I tend to not believe them anyway. I want to do my own math, but... And then, of course, on my dragon, not of course, but I've got a split between siege or attack and HP. I probably would have... I would have kept either one. If I would have gone 3 HP in 1 attack or 3 attack and 1 HP, I'll at least have one of the other, but a lot of that was based on whatever I rolled, I kept. And again, I will go back and look at reports and make determinations if I'm trying to find more HP or think it'd be more effective to have more HP or more attack, depending on what I'm seeing on debuffs or how I'm seeing the performance of the troops. I might fiddle with this. This is one area where, you can make some changes. All the pieces that you're wearing on your general, yeah, you can maybe get another piece that's a little bit better, but generally your refines are going to match that piece, that set, or that slot, right? So you're going to have 2 HP, 2 defense, and 2 attack. So you're going to always go for the top ones that you can get there. There'd be no reason not to. And so this is the one piece on your dragon that you can make some adjustments based on maybe the pieces that you were able to afford or able to get scrolls for. You might make up for HP on your dragon using your dragon refines or attack, or even, I'd argue defense maybe is the third. And I'm not sure I'd ever put defense on here, but some people may see something in their stats or performance that they need more defense. So dragon's one piece anyway that you can do that. So yeah, my refines are good. Thank you, Dimitri. What I typically try to do is keep 25s and up. And it takes a lot of time, but it's worth the effort to, because once you get these set, you never change them. Now this 24 I kept for some reason. I was probably tired of clicking or ran out of gems or something, but or ran out of refining stones. But yeah, they are good. And then you wanted to see my arch gens, so again, I'm still using this Plantagenet set. It's tried and true. Been using this since it came out. That allows me to get the rally capacity as a setter. And I think that the new set out for ranged is a little bit better in slot by slot. Do I need to change to it to do better? I don't think so, but I might make the same choice I did for Siege and go and look at those sets and change it out. I actually might look at, I'm going to do that probably for all types. I think I've got my wall gen set to where I want it, but again, I could be overlooking some pieces. I know at one point, I know I had some other pieces that were sitting on the wall before I got the full set, but I still think that full set bonus for that wall set is the way to go. Because I can use some of those pieces that I might switch it out for within subs to do the debuffing and do other things that I'm doing out of subs. Yeah, I'm happy with my Simeon. Again, I switched this right before All-Stars, and that was a long time waiting. I had enough fragments built up over that time frame to do it. I had the dragons to be able to put one on Elektra. There's also other assistants for Simeon that are almost as good in my opinion as Elektra, but I'm using Elektra now based on what I had for rune stones and specs where it was and all other things. And you can see I go pure attack on my Blazon. Ooh, look at that, a little low. I try to keep 23s and up. This one I did a long time ago. I think my first All-Stars on this server I got Blazon. Actually, I know it was. So it's been a while since I've tinkered with these, but as well as leveling it. But given I'm going to potentially make some gear, I'm not going to go too crazy on my leveling and my dragons. My wall gen, I'm using pure HP, and that's again based on the pieces I've got and the stats I've got, the blazons I got. All those things factor into how should I make my wall stats. This is what works for me. Based on my size and basically based on my reports, what I'm seeing. So this might not be the right thing for everyone. I've also decided that I'm going to use Nidhogg instead of Ziz for my Cav Dragon going forward. Happy I've got Ziz. I didn't have any other choice other than if I wanted to get fragments or the coins so I could buy the 1x1 or the 2x2 keep from All-Stars, but I can use this dragon for secondary bosses and stuff. But in my opinion, the Nidhogg is a little bit edges out Ziz on the stat category for HP, and that's why I've chosen to, as well as base stats and general stats as I feed them. I think the base stats are better on Nidhogg. Or Nidhogg. Alright, so as you can see, I haven't really done much today other than bop around and show you guys things, but I'm actually making lists of things I need to actually work on. I'm not going to take you through clicking on the blazons and how that works. However, I did want to go and get... I want to look at these two. General exhibition. Yes, that was here. I think I'm going to try to get that over the next week or so. I don't need any of these gens. Yeah, I forgot to do that. This one is a very weak list of generals in my opinion. Like, I don't know why anybody... I guess this one's not bad for duty gens, but if you're still rolling Richard the Lionheart or you're using this guy, I think you got better options out there. There might be a time period where you could use Kusunoki Massage. I don't know. You might use this guy, but I think it's a period piece. You're smaller, or you're specifically trying to defend against certain troop types. I think that's short-term thinking if you're using him, but yeah, the King Scheme list this week is not great, in my opinion. Look, I forgot. Can you get... Okay, you can get... What are you talking about? The Bloods? Or the King's Trial? Yeah. Yeah, I need to do this. I can do that right now, actually. That's a good point. I'd like to get some of these. I like getting gold better. And then blood. See, that's how I prioritize. People might do it differently. You might get your blood instead of the others. My limiting factor on getting blood over other things is because I don't have the fragments. If I got the fragments, I typically have already applied them. I'll even do it outside of vent, which isn't a great thing. I know there's a trick to be able to get these top ones, which I don't use. I actually did do some ascending of I forget who, but yeah. No, you're right. That was a good call. We're just clicking around too fast. And this one isn't a bad purchase. You can't do it now, but the Trial of Knights is a place I will go for some double downs sometimes, as you saw in my tokens that are available. Good options there for getting those generals. Where is... Yeah. Battle of Chalons pack's pretty good pack. Good amount of speeds for healing. I don't plan on doing a lot of that, so for those going to top, this is actually a pretty good pack. Consider the March speeds. I mean, it's $100, but this is a very good pack. You get a general, you get March sizes. In fact, I think I'm going to get this. I don't feel like trying to blur out my credit card info, so I'm not going to get this in a second. I want to get that later. All right. Oh yeah, Broadcast 1010 just reminded me, so you guys probably had seen my video about the giveaway. We do still have time to enter into that giveaway to win a $50 gift card, or actually we're gonna put it on your wallet. All you have to do is submit your email address and your wallet address and be one of my users to redeem to get that $50 gift card from Aptoide. They're going to redeem $50 and onto your wallet, so you can use that for in-game purchases. So very simple. Check out my video. You'll see. I think it was my last video that I released. I've been quite busy the last few weeks here, but yeah, I believe that's a good question. I think it's the 16th. That's when that'll be announced. So yeah, check that out. Check that video out. There's a Google Doc, a link to the Google Doc that you just have to go in and enter to win that. And Aptoide, then they're the ones actually managing giving out that money. I've actually thought about. Maybe you guys have some ideas. I think we could give away some of Hefe's money, right? Why not? I mean, why do I have to have Aptoide give it away? We can run some competitions here just with our users on the Hose and I were talking about some different ideas, maybe for like a scavenger hunt where I don't know, I find a keep somewhere on some server, and you guys got to go find the subs or something, and the first one to mail me with the locations of the sub with such and such a name wins a $50 gift card, or maybe a $100 gift card, or win Hefe's money. So yeah, so anyway, we were trying to come up with some ideas to get more people on the stream to subscribe. So you got to be a subscriber to win Hefe money. Maybe dollars from the Hose. I don't know what we're going to name it, but we wanted to come up with some sort of contest that would be fair for everyone. And of course, I didn't want to come up with something that you could just send to your friends and you and your 5 buddies get to win $100 or something, but somehow make it fair so that we can include as many users as possible, but also make it worthwhile. Maybe $100 each, something like that. Or maybe we do it 3 weeks in a row and one winner each week, something like that. Anyway, if you got ideas, I'm happy to listen. Yes, I do have a lot of lumber on my top line there. Just not been making a lot of ranged troops lately. Been focused more on siege, and in fact, I did a bunch of cav layers as well. So you can see my top line when I opened boxes yesterday on Monday. I hadn't been opening boxes, like I said, since All Stars, and for the most cases, resources on my top line. I've always had a lot of ore, but I've not had that much lumber open for a while. And see, this is why I don't get into many rallies these days, because I'm thinking about all the things I need to be doing. I want to get these upgraded. No, I did open... I guess those go directly into my... Oh no, they're Use fragments.
I'm waking up to ash and dust. I wipe my brow and I sweat my wrist. I'm breathing in the chemical.
Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to get this, I'd obviously like to get this upgraded. That's some pretty big buffs. That's the other place that a lot of people are getting some of these heavy spenders. You know, they're getting all of these leveled up, and as you can see, the jump, it's 20% right there for both of these. I mean, that one's not necessarily as important as the other ones, but, you know, all of these buffs that you can get from the art treasures are huge as you can get them leveled up. All these things add up. All those rally buffs you're seeing that are getting really high, these guys are starting to level up. And given the amount of spending they're doing, these treasures. But it takes time. This is my Achilles heel. These two buggers. This one I can't believe I don't have Mark Anthony. I don't know what happened. I probably wasn't just spending around that time when he came out. Lotaro, I'm going to try to get him. I think he's out this week or something I saw in the mail. 100% to get him, but last time he was as that as well, and I didn't get him now. I could keep spending, but I don't. Just take a few chances and hopefully he pops, but I haven't been able to get him yet. But that'll be nice to get that one done. Anything I can do to help on defense, but is it worth spending a bunch of money? Probably not for getting me cleared at the end of battlefields. Or now for All-Stars, sure, maybe if I was close. But not a huge priority. Jawazar, that's the name. I can never remember that one. I think it's troop training today. I should probably do that quick. Haven't done any. Now, on our server, we have Nap, and we also share 8 China's, 8 euros, and 8 American gold subs for the entire server to use during events. So it's kind of nice. We've had a good luck with sharing those subs. I know that's probably not able to do on every server, and we do have problems here and there. People have stolen them and done things, but for the most part, it's been pretty good group of people to work with here on server 162. But for now, I'm just going to change cultures. I switched to China so that I can get the additional... It just saves you on some speeds. Hanging with Hefe. Day in the life of clicking. Yeah, don't underestimate the amount of time it takes to keep all these things leveled and done. And you can see my dragons get neglected. You know, sometimes boss rallies, like today I haven't ran any bosses for anyone. Now today's not a big day for it, but when Ymers come, I won't be messing around with doing all this stuff. Yeah, this Tychus wheel email. It's gonna be removed out of the game March 17th. Now, if we had the damn Tychus wheel available, this would be relevant. But dude, like, I have so many of these coins. So basically, you're just gonna convert my coins on the 17th because I can't use them. So I don't know what server that was for, but to me that was an oversight on their part. Why did they send that out? All right, what was I doing? I'm gonna make some siege. What else do I have to do? Let's check talents. I think they're still set from yesterday. Training speed, capacity. I'm just gonna do a few. I'm holding out so that I can use this stuff for consumption once consumption event comes, but I'm gonna build a few of these just for shits and giggles. All right, a million of those. Why not? Now I should have gotten the Somebody wants a title. I'm not the greatest king. Scholar. But I do honor any requests, so all that I gotta do is request. So here you go, Darl. She used to be in our alliance. Oh, look at that. Popped over 40. 40.1. Huge. It's all gravy at this point, guys. So I think I got... Oh my gosh. A million troops got me to 2 T12s. Must be nobody is building troops. Somebody could beat me easy, guys. Come on. Get to work. I did, yesterday I put this number up, power increase 9.4. That's a lot of troops. I think I built 150 million troops. Well, granted, some more layers, lower layers. No, a lot more than 150 million. What did I build? I think it was 150 million, something like that. Anyway. But everybody's waiting for consumption, but I saved enough to get the 20 million consumption. I'm going to build some range troops as well. I got some layers to rebuild, or to build, to be able to make up that food 20 billion as well, so I will do that. I think I got 9 billion there. Yep, shouldn't be a problem. All right. So for those not aware, most of you probably are, you switch cultures to be able to get some of these bonuses. Now, it's not these bonuses I'm looking for, it's the sub bonus, right? So your internal sub then turns to China, which gives you a reduction in speeds needed to build troops. So that's why I do that. And then normally, like yesterday, I picked up all the 8 Chinas, so I had 9 Chinas worth of speed reductions on building troops. So yeah, that's what that was. All right. Just realized I forgot to do something. Cleared a guy for some resources. No, Dimitri, those resources to get the K40 are a lot more than that, as you know. I mean, yeah, that's a lot. But I think I spent 200 billion of each resource yesterday. I know that sounds crazy, but when you hoard as much as I do, that is a lot of hoarding. Alright, well that's about all I got for things to do. I'm just going to try to get some of these Vikings going and maybe run some rallies here. So if anybody's got questions, they can certainly pipe up in the chat. I'll try to watch that a little closer, but I'm going to just get these up to 10 and start setting some bosses. I wish it was more exciting sometimes, but this is what most of my day looks like when I'm playing. As it does for many of you, boring. I do mine to 10 and then set the rest. I just figure the stamina for these low level ones aren't that useful. I wish they would add another level. I think they should take the Vikings up to level 70 or something. I think we would all do them and do them for the gold. You see I've got 2.6 billion gold. I did finish up my research as well. For MA5 that I needed to get done, and so now I'm really just spending that gold on troops. So you'd be surprised how much it takes for T15s and T14s for gold, as well as healing them when you're doing bosses if you end up getting any wounded, which I try to avoid. Little Mothra laser beams. That was fun. Some people even yell at me for doing the low-level ones solo, but
Seeing monsters at your window. No, you can't sleep. You pretend though. You don't have to play the hero. 'Cause I got you like you got me. When the earth shakes, when the bombs scream until I last.
yeah, Dimitri, you gotta, I don't know, I got a spreadsheet I just pop in. I just try to keep it up to date when I'm doing troop builds, but I throw my current levels in there, and then as I hoard all the resources and all the speeds I need to do stuff, you know, after like as I'm going to Chalons, that's why I did a big push yesterday. Figured I might as well put on some weight. What I do is I throw my troop totals into this spreadsheet, and literally I just have a column, and it's, you know, it'll say, like, say I got 10 million troops and I say I want to get 15. I just put 15 million troops in that column, and then it just tells me exactly how much resources I need, gold, whatever, and to the point where I put in the number I can do per batch. Like right now I can do 6,700, 587 ground per click. So it even tells me how many clicks I need to do to get up to that level. So it's pretty nice to be able to do your planning like that. So that's why I don't do a lot of building outside of when I've got something to build for. So, you know, you won't see me just clicking away. And I just did some troops there to just get the rewards for the event. I didn't mean to go and get second place, but I'm sure that'll go down today at some point. But yeah, I would say hoard everything until you really need to use it, and make your choices based on what you're doing. Jonathan Flynn's got a question about defensive layers. I'm 4.5, looking to add layers, etc. What tier and amount should I be looking to add? Let me ask you a couple questions. So first of all, what server you're on? Not necessarily what server you're on. Let's just say, what size is your alliance, and what kind of keeps are you going up against in battlefields? What are your teammates like? You know, what's your role? Are you a rally setter? Are you a filler? You know, what's your makeup? Because there's a lot of, I can talk in general if I'm looking at 4.5 billion keep. Just off the top of my head, I would tell you to make a million T1 through T10s of all troop types would be a good start. Maybe 1.5 million. And that's for, you know, that's going to cover you for all your rallies you're going to join, but then also it's going to help in your defense. But a lot of it depends on what you're doing, what your what your role is and who you're facing, right? So if I tell you to make a ton of siege like I do, but you're getting, cleared with a cav rally, a 20 million cav or 30 million cav rally every BOC or battlefield, that's probably not the best choice, right? And how big's your alliance? Is it like 20 to 40 million, I would assume, or billion? Yeah, so as a rally setter, I don't know. I think you just got to look at your team. So one thing that we did early on was we first started rallying and doing a lot as a group. You're probably using ranged rallies, would be my guess. That's how we started. I think siege rallies right off the bat is a little harder. Okay, so you already have that. Yeah, you got a good setup there. That's a good start. 1 million T1 through T10, and then you got 5 million T. T1 to T10 siege. Yep, that sounds about right. No, that's a good setup. I think that what you probably want to do is, and this, for me right now, I have probably more troops than we can send rallies, right? I'm bigger than we can send rallies. Part of the reason I want to have more is so I can defend. So those same troops that you're using to send, whether that's siege, you're probably getting arch rallied a lot, so you may not want to boost the big cav layers. I tend to be the fourth one I'd build out of all my troop types is calves, because they're typically just going to die unless you want to set up to be a cav defender, which I don't recommend, especially given you're the primary. I think you're better spent with those troops that just minimizing your losses on the mounted troops and just building arch siege. Probably archers is your best bet right now. Archers and ground, and then siege. And as you get a little bit bigger, say you're going up against, because as you're going to grow, you're going to go up against bigger rallies, and bigger alliances are probably going to come at you with siege. They could probably clear you with siege, depending on your matchup. Like Chalons, you'll probably match up with somebody that's our size. In fact, we have some 40 million billion alliances we're going to match with, and we're going to one-shot probably their entire alliance, if we can catch them. So there's not really a good defense against that, other than you just got to keep growing and getting the right matchups. So you never want to try to build for that, in my opinion, but it's just a reality of the way the matchups work sometimes. So yeah, I would still focus on your layers look good. I would say 1 to 2 million at your size. You just don't want to neglect it. I typically would do, as I was growing, I would either do upper layers or lower layers. So I would do 1 through 10s, or I would do 11s through 14s or 15s now. So yeah, I would stick with the 12s and the 13s, as those are the troops that you're probably using more of in your rallies. So I typically build based on allowing myself to do more rallies. So when you're smaller like you are, you probably get off 3 archer rallies and you're out of archers and you're starting to send the dusty archers. if you had more T13s and 12s, you're going to be doing better rallies longer, right? You're also going to be defending better against certain, rallies that they're trying to hit you with. So that's what you always want to look at is, what am I building weight-wise for? Am I building for defense, or am I moving so I don't have to worry about the defense? Or am I building layers to join more rallies? And it's typically, I would say, strategy-wise, it'd be to join more rallies. In most cases, you don't want to sit for rallies, even at your size, because you're going to take a lot of damage and you're going to lose troops that you could be used to take the advantage of those other keeps you're hitting. So I would say I'd focus on T12s and 13s, because even as you see at my size, I've got a higher percentage of 12s and 13s relative to 14s and 15s. Mostly to join rallies, but as you saw in those reports I was reviewing earlier on in the day, they're also used for defense. So think about your builds as a rally. How many ranged T13s and 12s do you need for a ranged rally? I would try to build up the resources to build enough for another rally. So that could be, you say you've got at your size, I would say you probably have a 2.5 to 3 million rally size. You probably want to join with 50k T14s. You might want to do, I don't know, 750k T13s, 750k T12s, 500 T11s, and 150 T10s. So look at those totals and try to build those out as you go for your troop builds. And then maybe you go through and you've built enough for your enough for another rally, or that round of troop building you've done the upper layers. Now next time you want to, let's say you want to get your 1 through 14 or 1 through 10s up to say 2 million now, and that's because you've now put on more weight. Let's say you're 5 billion, or you've got up to 5.5 or 6 billion just based on your upper layer growth that you've done. Now you want to refocus back on those lower layers. You just don't want to ever forget about lower layers, and they are huge in the defending side. As you saw in some of my reports, it took many rallies to get all my siege gone. It didn't take as many to get my calves gone, but nonetheless it did take 2 or 3 arch rallies to kill all my calves, and that's only because I had a lot of cab layers. The more rallies you can get, defend well against, which most of your alliance is going to have ground troops, so you can defend well against arch rallies. The better off you are. So that's why all those layers are important, especially as a rally setter, to be able to eat those marches as you're the one probably tied up the most. Yeah, like you said, you're running out of archers. That's pretty common. And to a point, you probably have more than everyone else, but you also maybe catch a solo here and there that you want to clear somebody with those archers, or you want to clear all their calves so somebody else can ground it. Things like that. You're gonna need more troops than everyone else, and you also want to be the strongest one in the rally because you're the setter. So those early joiners should be the strongest ones, and typically they are. They're usually the fastest people as well. So not always the case, but. So yeah, I would say your arch, and then ground for defense, and then as you're getting up into the 6-8 billion, you're probably as a team going to want to start developing those siege generals a little bit more, and it's never too early to do that. So if you've got the people that are interested, you definitely want to get your siege generals going as well, as those are the 2 biggest types as you get bigger and bigger. Yeah, the arch solos on your size, no. I mean, it's yes and no. You can at the cost of, I think, long-term growth. You can set yourself up for, you could build a ton of T1 calves. say you build 200 to 150 to say 300 million T1 calves. That'll allow you to take those solos and go a little bit more positive, but I'd rather see you move than just to take the solos. I'd rather see somebody rain you with a ground or two rain and they not go positive. You know, some of your smaller guys that only have 5 marches worth of troops, you know, people argue about pre-raining and how cheesy that is. Hell, you got some small guys, put those ground troops in you as you're setting rallies. They can sit and ghost and not losing anything, but they're saving you from getting those easy points off of you from an arch rally. So, or an arch solo. So yeah, I would look to defend against those, not with those T1s, but that is an option people do. They'll build a bunch of T1s so that they can take those solos. So I just think that it's beyond just the troops that you want to be able to take those solos. You'll end up refining differently, maybe even making general choices different, refining your dragon different. So all those things I think add up to you've now just changed your trajectory for long term. Yeah, the 100 million T1 calves on their own probably don't do anything. You're right. They just die. Especially in a rally situation, and that's why I don't recommend it, because it really is a commitment to being a trap, a T1 trap. You can't just build the troops. You got to have the buffs, maybe the flats, the general choices, the gear choices. There's a lot more than just crank out a bunch of troops. I've seen people try to do that and they just get frustrated. So I tend to tell people either ghost your 14s and your 13s and try to eat those solos better and not give away the points, or have a rain or move. You know, those are really your options. And you're in an awkward teen state, like you just at a point where you're going to get those. Like I can take a solo now. Obviously I'm big, but when I was 20 billion or I was Lion can take solos really well if you ghost the upper layers, right? You got to be quick on those ghosts and have the capacity to be able to do it quickly, but a lot of that's just, you can't really get away from it. But try not to react to, I'm losing points on all these arch solos and changing your entire keep setup to be so focused on defending against calves. Yeah, and Dimitri's right. You could have an alternate setup for defending against those kind of hits, but again, it's a lot of resources to do that. So depending on your ability to spend or not spend, you may not have the rune stones. You may not have the materials to build alternate sets of gear. You know, there's a lot of gems to refine. You know, there's all sorts of things that go into what Dimitri's saying there, but he's right. You could do that. But I, for one, will tell you that you get busier and busier as the rally setter, and to try to go in and swap out generals on the fly is not a SVS, or in a setup situation where you're doing trapping or you're wanting to try to sit for some rallies. Yeah, you could do stuff like that, but majority of your time is probably spent in battlefields, and you want to be growing for all-stars and Chalons and stuff like that. I think you're better off not going that route. To me, the T1 traps are really solo keeps. If you have a 1 or 2 in your alliance, they can be effective. They can hold portals, they can, get some easy points here and there, but they're so easy once they're determined as T1 traps to take out with a rally. It's a really narrow focus as far as your use to the alliance, if you will. You're kind of a solo person. It's just not the way I choose to play, but yeah, happy to help. Yeah, siege are great for defending. They're great for rallying too. You can take out a lot of their arch. The big siege. You'll see some of our arch or siege rallies, and how many siege. I think I was pointing out those last few rallies that alliance did on me in the last battlefield. Had they done a big siege before they did that little siege, I think they would have gotten a better, probably one or two less rallies they would have had to do to clear me. So yeah, certainly siege is our primary thing to use, our favorite thing to use. But tried and true is those ranged troops. So yeah, more rallies you can sling, the better. Siege arch, cav ground. That's kind of the we call it the quad. Set the quad. You don't always need all four, but yeah, build marches. I think that's exactly the way to look at it. And then as you get bigger and bigger, as far as your troop counts, you may adjust the totals, right? You may start with your marches. I always look at my total troops. How do I best use these troops? I might not be ideal for a setup. I might have more T12s in that march than I want. I might want more T13s, but I just don't have them. So if I set up my preset so that I can maximize the number of effective hits, I'd rather have 5 really effectives than 3 really strong ones. I'd rather send 5 really good ones and get my friends in with me, or my teammates in with me, than only send 3. I'd rather send 5 almost really amazing ones. So that's kind of the way I look at march setups and presets. Yeah, you're right, Dimitri. You can totally, like I said before, it's not just those T1s. If they're not set up properly with the buffs and the right generals and things, yeah, you can solo them, especially if you're outbuff them by a lot. And you got T15s, something like that. That'll definitely play a big factor in how effective those T1 traps are. And as you get bigger and bigger, they just become less and less effective, and all they do is beg for hits. They just want you to hit them. The number of people trying to troll me on server chat is hilarious during SVS. Yeah. Sure, I should just come over and not scout you, and you want me to hit you. I wonder what you've got. 2.5 billion. So yeah. I have gotten hit by, or I have lost them. I'm sure somebody can pull out a report of me splatting on one. Done it plenty. I remember a pretty good siege solo that I did on a guy that thought he was could sit for any solo. And now he's since built a few billion of those same T1 troops, and I think he's doing a little bit better, but he just didn't have quite enough for me at the time. It was pretty funny. This is that same guy that deleted a bunch of his troops. Names will be left out to protect the innocent. Yeah, I think you are right generally about your thought on that. When do you push for K40? What drove it for me? Actually, I'm not going to use me for an example when I did K40. What I tell people mostly, and the best route I think, is to maximize that research. So if you are working through your MA4 research, and you're getting to the point, because it's going to come down to speeds. I know people don't think you're going to run out of speeds. You're going to run out of speeds. You are. I don't care. Yeah, there are spenders that won't run out of speeds, but for 90% of us, including myself, and you see where my keep's at, I run out of speeds, or was running out of speeds when I was doing buildings. So I would say you let your research dictate that. If you're getting close to the end of MA4 and you're starting to finish that up and you're not advancing anymore, I would say that's the time to go to K40. To me, I was always either doing research or buildings. Research or buildings. So one consumption event. I would do troops, and then the next one I would do buildings. Or, in fact, for me, I would do buildings all the time just to get K40 done. But I think your research should dictate some of that and the speeds that you got available. So if you're stalled out on research, you don't have the speeds to even do the research, why would you need MA5? And I think there's two things that you're going to K40 for, amongst other things, I realize. But the main things are rally spot to get a bigger march size, so you can get bigger rallies or bigger solos, but also to open up that MA5 research. So I think you're dictated by your research. Yeah, the one thing I think that you don't necessarily want to push to K44 is just because you want to try to start working on T15s. I think at your size, sure, 10 billion might, it's as good as a number as any. You know, eventually it might be 15 billion. But your size right now, biggest one on your server, you're the rally setter. I think you want to stay ahead of the curve on your troop counts, and I think you're already doing that. And I think I would do maybe get up to 6 or 8 billion. But again, if you're done with research, MA4, I think it's time to go to the K40 and MA5. And then once you get K40 open, then it's a debate. Do I do rally spot versus MA5? Again, where are you at with the research? So, but to me, you can't do troops and do K40 and MA5 opening. Those two buildings up are a ton of resources. Absolutely. Happy to help. Thanks for the questions. Sometimes people are afraid to ask and, take it for a grain of salt. There's many, many ways to do it, to grow, to the right setups, the perfect setups. Anybody that tells you that this is the way to do it and there's no other way are crazy. So I would fully admit to there are a lot of different ways to do it. Lion and I both did it differently. But again, that was based on the situation I was in and how much I had saved up as they released K40 versus and what I had to spend to get the just resource-wise, speed-wise, that kind of thing. That's why I chose to just power through to K40 as opposed to worry about how much research I had done. So no, happy to help. Good for me to think about these things too, because I get these questions a lot from our Alliance members. And we all talk it out, no matter how much experience you've got. Yeah, I'd encourage you to talk to your Alliance members and talk through your goals and figure out, different roles each one of you have. We've got rally setters, we got joiners, we got, people that are really, really good at ghosting, that, are taking portals and having fun doing that as they're growing. I think the most fun I've had is just working with the Alliance. Whether that's, I used to hate battlefields, to be honest, back in the day. It was the most boring thing to join and speed and kill or be killed and join and speed, and eventually it all gets there, but I think there's enough variety with Chalons, the team-based stuff. All-Stars going to team-based. There's so many changes they've made, and I know people complain about the changes and they need to do more, but they're aware of what things are popular and unpopular, but it's never going to be easy to do. It's always going to take a lot of work, but don't try to rush to the end. That's the other thing that I think you see people trying to get everything maxed out and be the best buffs on the report. And I'm telling you, when you get there and you start to join battlefields and it's nothing but a zero everybody in 10 minutes, and then you sit there for an hour and 50 minutes. Is that really what you want your game to turn into? It's just, it really becomes monotonous and boring. So if you're not happy with the people or not coming up with new ways to get interested in playing, I'm telling you, you're going to get fed up and bored with staying on the hamster wheel. So as much as the hamster wheel's not fun, you got to make it fun. Yeah, I was talking about the new Civ gear. So Jonathan's asking about the new ground Civ gear. Yes, I think the actual piece, the setup right now that people are contemplating, and I saw somebody say this in one of the forums I'm in, it's basically 2 of the original Japanese pieces, 2 of the Aztec, the newest ground pieces, and then 2 of the Anton pieces. Is kind of the new setup people are starting to switch to, and I'm debating whether I want to actually kick 10 pieces to that build, or if I'm just comfortable with my ground clears as they are, which I am. I do a lot of ground solos and do really well with them, so I don't know what I do a little bit better probably, but is it really worth committing the gems and refining all that gear and frankly the gold to refine that amount of gear, and it might just be 4 pieces, but that shit adds up. Yeah, I think the new setup that a lot of people are moving to on the Aztec side, they're using the sword in the chest, and then they're using the Anton helm and pants, and then the Fukazaji Japanese bracer and the boots. I think that's the total setup that people are debating now as to being the quote-unquote best setup. Again, does that take into account march size increases? Best for march size? Is it best for attacking? Is it best, HP? Is it a rally joining set? Is it a defending set? Is it a reinforcing set versus a... I haven't looked at it close enough to know, but I think that's the debate, is actually 2 pieces from each. So you get the 2 set bonus from all of them. Outweighs the current, Japanese set, or even one of those individual sets fully done. I think is the new magic that all the big guys are using. But again, if it's not broken or it's not a real priority, I don't know that I would commit the resources to switching over right now. But I will look at it. Guys got me talking. I'm missing rallies. Yeah, there's no doubt those sets are all good. Just how much better? And is it in areas that you really need? I think I cleared a 3.4 billion clear. It was my biggest. I think I should be able to see my biggest clear somewhere. Or I used to be able before it was a billion. I could regularly clear 2.5 billion keeps. So I don't. Do I need to clear a 4 billion keep? I don't think so. As a one-off, just to show you my buffs are better, and on my report my buffs say 3,600. No. Sure, I got an ego about certain things, but that's not one of them. You'll always find somebody better than you. Guarantee you that. Ask any of the big guys. Everybody's after him. Show him up. I just want to get on a battlefield so I can zero Mr. Mime and show him the report. Like, just bring it up to him every once in a while. Just because I know he'd be so mad. I love you, Mime. Also, I had an idea for Evany. I think the new, everybody wants the Huns back, which effectively I think is the Huns is what I'm describing here. But I think they should have a weekly battlefield where it's like the Huns, but it's more like they call it kickball. Do you remember when you were in elementary school and you played kickball? Get out to the playground and a couple of people pick teams. I think you have a kickball style battlefield and you split it up by VIP level. So all those VIP 25s can pick other VIP 25s to be on their kickball team. All right. So what you do is you pick your best team and you go at it that week. So maybe on Monday, the kickball teams are picked, and I don't know how you determine who's the captains, but maybe you do a vote on Sundays, and that's the captains for the week, and you pick, I don't know how many you get to pick, or you rank them or something. I don't know. Anyway, you basically pick kickball teams, and then you can pick all your buddies, you can pick your enemies, you can pick whoever you want, and then they all go up together in a Chalons style battlefield. I think that would be epic. Then you could really throw some rallies, and it'd basically be like all-stars every week. Maybe you do it monthly. I don't know. Kickball. This is my new idea. Hey, Broken Angel. Welcome to the stream. Thanks, man. Doing well. How's Iraq? What time of day is it over there right now? It's just over past lunchtime, which reminds me, I didn't eat yet, you guys. Somebody needs to make me some food. Maybe I should get some popcorn and chew that on the stream. I know Spit really likes it when I chew popcorn. Cookies are even better. A lot more crunching. Jeez, I just shared that. Why isn't it showing up here? Must have gone bye-bye. Are you from Iraq, or are you stationed there, military, something like that, or is that your hometown, or what's the story there, Broken Angel? Oh, 21:40 out, getting late. Well, not too late. I bet you're happy about the new Chalons times. I'm surprised we haven't had any hoes join us. Lion's probably working, or he'd come on here and tell you I'll get rally and bosses or something. Oh, nice. Broken Angel's hometown is Iraq. Awesome. glad you're joining us here. It's after dinner, late at night there, so settling in for the evening, doing some Vikings, I hope. Yeah, yes, SVS videos, yes. I am. In fact, I typically am busier on the weekends. I'm laughing because I used to do a lot more SVSing. I just typically am getting busier and busier on the weekends. But yeah, I'm happy to do some streaming during SVS. Whether that's recording and doing stream, releasing it after or whatever is fine. I'd like to do that. The unfortunate thing about SVS streaming to me is 99% of it is going to be me scrolling the map looking for bubble drops or sitting at a temple or doing. I mean, it's so it can be so boring. I mean, if we're doing a throne defense or deciding we want to take a throne, something like that, yeah, happy to do that. We just don't find ourselves in those situations very often. We've been trying to get some footage of the different rallies we're doing, but it always tends to be I'm not around to stream it when we're doing them, or I'm out and about and not at home being able to do the recordings, whatever. I know some people just do them on their phones and do a screen recording. I haven't done that. I typically do it here on my PC, so. But yeah, I'd look to do some more of that. I think it's always fun to show SVS stuff. One of these SVSs, I'll do a bunch of switches or something and maybe record some of that setup and how you do those and some of the tricks I use to, be effective at doing that. But yeah, I would love to get you some footage of our SVSs. They just tend to be really boring. Maybe I need to start playing a smaller keep. They always want to come rally Lion. He usually eats them pretty well. He didn't last SVS. I know he wished he would have had the one arch rally back, but it's always fun to set up a few traps, and we got some things we do here, but it really comes down to who's on and who's available, because we're not always all here at the same time, and as you know, it takes a team to do a lot of these things. So, and I refuse to play T1 trap, so that's the way to get a lot of footage. Sit around as T1 trap, but you won't see me ever doing that. Also, people have told me, yeah, you can't stream these Hef because you'll give away like our secrets. Like, how do we? But honestly, all these techniques are all done by everyone. Some just are more effective at it than others, and I wouldn't be giving away anything you haven't already seen. Now, I will say that there are some things we do that I don't know that people quite understand what's happening until after it's done. And then, so yeah, there's probably some trade secret things that, or at least I like to think they are for us, but I know that, I'm not the authoritarian on SVS traps and tricks. I have seen on some of the bigger keeps or bigger alliances streaming with things that I think they think are unique, but, I think there's some of the things they're doing have been done for years, just not widely known. I think recently I saw one of the biggest alliances doing some throne stuff that we've been doing for a while on a smaller scale here, but in a different way, so it's just more creative. I used to play with a guy, Nico, when I first started, who used to be the master of him and Zugo used to come up with these whacked out, just absolutely strange setups, and port here, port there, land by this, do that, all sorts of things to try to create hits. That was always the thing, or still is. You want to create opportunities. So what can you do to create opportunities? I think that's the main secret sauce for SVS, is how do I create opportunities? Because everybody at this point has seen them all, and they're aware of what you're trying to do, and so it's really trying to get creative on creating opportunities to make points. I think the thing that sells, if you will, quote unquote, sells for the streams are the big guys doing the thrones and eating big rallies and trying to zero out people, and they're scoring insane amount of points during SVS, which are great and fun, but suicidal. I mean, I can't imagine most of our alliance. I think there's just a few of us that would be able to and afford. I'm not saying we'd be spending money doing it, but things we've saved up like souls and resources and speeds to be able to heal and stay competitive. You'd be wasting a lot of things just to get some footage that those guys are getting, and they just have that much extra stuff to do it with. So I give them a lot of credit for getting their whole alliance together to spend all that effort and money to be able to bounce back from some of those battles, because it's insane. Although it is easier, it used to be, and you'll hear me say this a lot, but back in the day, it used to be that when you determine how many soul, we would determine how many soul we were going to use, or if we were going to keep fighting in SVS based on what our soul count got to. So it never used to cap at 5. It used to keep climbing, so it would kind of be a plateau every certain amount of kills or certain amount of troops you had to revive. It would continue to up the amount of souls per revive that you could do. This is before even some of the new research came out that you had a bigger group of troops that you could revive all at once. It used to be, I think we determined based on the amount of souls it took and how much they cost. The other thing is souls weren't as easily readily available in packs and other things as they are these days. Or that was the only way to get them back in the day. And you would get to the point where you get to like 9 soul revives, and you would just never revive those troops. You'd just rebuild them because of the amount of the cost per soul, the gems that it would take to actually revive all those troops wouldn't be cost effective. So you just say, all right, I just lost 2 million troops. I'm gonna have to rebuild my T10s and T12s or something. It was like it was an insane amount of soul. They fixed that since, so I think that's allowed people to, they've capped it at 5. So it's changed and allowed for more of that action and the ability to come back from all those losses. So yeah, Broken Angel's talking about he used to play with Sir Philip. Oh, that's awesome. Good experience for you then, knowing probably one of the most well-known, biggest keeps in the game. I know there's other guys and gals that are becoming more popular than Phil these days, but Phil's certainly a cornerstone of Ebony, at least modern Ebony. So you've seen a lot of that. Yeah, Waggy and Luan. I know we just fought Luan in Battlefield and beat him. I was actually pretty shocked that we were able to take him out. Now they didn't have Waggy, didn't show up for that Battlefield. That would have been a lot different had he been there. So yeah, I've seen some of those guys come and go. Waggy doesn't get too pumped up, I don't think, over Battlefields anymore, or even SVS. He's really, even I would say, I feel like he's kind of, this last All-Stars, he wasn't all that involved either. So like I said, I think don't rush to get to the top. You end up getting bored, and you can really only do so much to find enjoyment out of it. So don't rush to get to the end. Once the easy button gets there, it becomes very boring. Not saying that I've ever gotten to that level, but I have gotten to the point where it caused me to move over to 162 here from server 27. So happy I did it, and it's been a lot of fun since. But I did get to the point where there was about a 6-month period where I was just ready to be done, just because it wasn't that fun. But yeah, there's some real classic YouTube. Singh, obviously, he's got a lot of footage of big battles and battlefields, but even those, they tend to be they get a little boring to watch. I mean, you can only see so many 55 million rallies land on somebody and do a lot of damage. I mean, what else? What are we watching here? You know, it doesn't... Like, you're watching me do bosses right now. You're not really watching me do bosses 'cause I'm not doing them, but you gotta stay interested in what you're doing, and for some that's building the perfect generals. Some of them it's, you know, I know for Lion, if we didn't have rallying in the game, you would see a dead keep sitting there. He wouldn't keep playing. I mean, it just wouldn't make any sense for him. And me too. I could go around soloing and doing all sorts of things in battlefields, but rarely do you see me just start popping off solos on everybody. It just doesn't... It's not what makes it fun. Some people just like to troll. There's definitely those people. Mike saying Ginster Viper Daddy just went to 64 billion to 76 billion in the last couple of days. Crazy. Yeah. No, I didn't see that, but I believe it. I just went up 4.7, and I'm clearly not at their levels. But they're probably in the same boat. They don't, the hot guys, they got a lot of things invested in their keeps and in growing. I don't think Ginster is any more potent than at 64 billion as he is now at 76 billion. Dude's an animal. He's got a keep that just keeps on going. So I don't... I think it just turns into, let's see who can get to the first 200 billion. I mean, that's the next goal, maybe, because I think there's a number of guys that are over 100 billion now. But, yeah. Yeah, I think I'll be interested to see it. I hope they do it. I hope RSP gets moved into Continent 1. I think they're as good or better given their keeps they've got in one alliance than any C1 team besides Hot. Hot certainly, mega spending and doing a lot of things to be the biggest and the baddest, and they are. And there's hats off to them for creating that team and getting all those people to work together. They do a great job. But I've seen a lot of those guys, and as well as the RSP guys moving around or quitting or getting bored. So again, don't rush yourself to get to the easy button. But yeah, those guys are scary. I think I saw in some chat there were somebody had got there and rolled them for the first round of Chalons, and they're like, well, we're going for second place. Second place today. It's like not even a question. Yeah, and I'm noticing myself when you're not building buildings and spending speeds on that, and you can just hoard resources for troops. That's why I was able to push as I did, and it's small compared to some of these guys, but you just find yourself hoarding the resources and the speeds so that when it comes to building, you can just put on some weight. And being done with T15 buildings, it is a huge thing too. I know Lion is kind of stalled out on his power growth, but he's just opened T15 ground, and he's also literally almost done with T15 siege to be able to do max rally size for our rallies. So his growth has been insane, but if you look at his actual power growth, it's not been much. So don't underestimate somebody based on their power. You go ahead and send a siege rally at him and see how things go for you. So no, it's fun to watch the growth, but that sort of when you stall out because you're finishing up K40 or you're finishing up MA5 or you're opening up a T15 building, it's like it's so frustrating to sit and not click on the troops. Yeah, 15 billion is the new 8 or the old 8 billion, right? I mean, you're really having to get bigger and bigger to compete at these bigger alliances, the top sort of 50 alliances. It's you know, weight. And we've been, I think, smart, and we tell everybody in our alliance, work on your buffs, keep your buffs going. I'd rather have you have a really strong, good couple of rallies join in than a bunch of mediocre buffs and getting zeroed in the same time. So I mean, being able to eat some rallies and with some reigns, and also being able to join effective rallies is to us more important than a bunch of 20 billions sitting in here that are squishy and get 2-tapped. So that's a bold prediction. Do you think Hot's gonna get number 1 in C1? I don't know. Dude, if they don't, that'll be so embarrassing. Yeah, they'll get first place. It's not that there aren't other good alliances out there. They just don't have my opinion, the size and the resources that those guys could put at it to win. Yeah, if they don't, the question is will they lose it? You know, that's not whether they can win. They definitely can win. I thought about creating a Discord for the channel. I mean, we've got one for our alliance, but I thought about creating a hose hangout so we could invite all you guys to that, and we could have people join on the calls as well, as long as they weren't screaming obscenities at me or something, or sort of approved members of the stream, so you guys could ask questions right on stream. It'd be kind of fun. Yeah, Grey Ghost pointing out that I think it's a 23 billion. I wonder if I've got that screenshot anywhere. But I do. Let me see if I can. Oops. Let's see here. I think my buddy Lion sent that one. I can show you that. Oh yeah, here it is. So that is I think it was ground. I think they used ground, but that was 23.4 billion. He-Man, I don't believe he's 23.9 at the start, so, but somebody that knows SPK, don't know them, but that's a 21 billion on the positive. So yeah, put that in your pipe and smoke it. I think it was a ground rally. Somebody can correct me on that too, but yeah, Yeah, that was might be hard to see there, but it's 23.4 billion clear. We've got a general server just for our alliance. It's not necessarily private, but you know, we don't typically invite people that aren't in the alliance. We have some there that are crossover people or old people that are not playing anymore that are still on there that stop in to chat. But yeah, I thought about just doing a more of a, not really private, but maybe a subscriber only or something. So that we could release info to you guys, you know, whether that's Aptoide or in-game strategies or things that we could help each other out with. It'd be fun to get a group together. We got a lot of people in our alliance that got a lot of good info. A lot of people I know that I'm working with on other alliances that, you know, on a daily basis we're learning things from each other. So it could be fun to create that. I'm on a few groups that are like that already. That's why I hesitate to try to create our own. But I think I could include all those people and bring everybody together and make it fun, and maybe have a subscriber only area that we could talk about the unsubscribed, make fun of them. I don't know.
You think I would look pretty on your arm once you cover up my bruises and battle scars, but it always ends the same. Can't bear the things I've had to face. Got you crying on your knees in pain. Oh, some things never change.
Another thing weird happened to me the other day. This is kind of on a personal level. Oh shit. All right, guys. Well, I think I've gone through enough here. I am going to let you all go. I will do this more often, though. Just get on and run some bosses and talk some strategy stuff. I'm going to plan on doing some stuff. I'll be streaming for Chalons tomorrow, so hopefully you guys can tune in and watch that when you're done with your Chalons. And good luck to everybody on that. And yeah, we'll be doing some more of these just ad hoc live streams. We don't always have to be in Battlefield. We can just sit on and chat and talk about different things that are going on. So, but I'm going to grab some lunch and get my day going here, and maybe I'll see you tomorrow morning for a challenge. So, again, thanks a lot for tuning in, and don't forget to like and subscribe if you haven't already, and check out Aptoide. Lots of good savings there for everybody. So, check it all out, guys. Thanks again for coming.
Redemption.